be about 4 inches away, 4 fingers away, and say, testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2.
I don't know.
Test, test.
Oh, just this? Yolanda, do you have the pulse the audience documents? Yeah. Okay. Second you have. All right, we have everyone here. All right, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm be starting our governing open session for our governing board meeting. Get my notes here. Okay, good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, July 28th, our last governing board meeting for the summer session. Hope everyone had an amazing summer vacation with important time to refresh and reconnect. Two notable events in history on this day. In 1868, we ratified the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and I'm proud, birthright citizen myself, to immigrant parents. So glad that we did that, 1868. Unfortunately, the second notable event is not one that's going to get much applause. 46 years later, on this day in 1914, World War I began when Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. So a very dark moment in human history. Today is World Hepatitis Day. We have a safe and effective vaccines against hepatitis A and hepatitis B, so please get vaccinated if you aren't immune, and please talk to your family physician to get tested if you're at risk. With that, Ms. Barboa, can we have a roll call?
Mr. Romero?
Here.
Ms. Shaw?
Here.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Here.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Here.
Dr. Ravi?
Here, all five of us are here on this summer evening. Next, we'll do our land acknowledgement statement and our Pledge of Allegiance. We have a student here from Tucson High Magnet School, Andrea, right? Andrea Rios. Andrea will be a senior at Tucson High Magnet School. My daughter will be a freshman there in a week, so we're excited to be Badgers ourselves. She has participated in the color guard for the past 3 years and is captain. Last year, she started and put together a club at Tucson High named, is it Hassan?
Hashan.
Hashan, Indigenous Peoples Movement. She was a president the first year it started. They hosted an event to bring awareness about gun violence within their community and how it affected Indigenous youth. They also hosted an event bringing awareness to their peers about missing, murdered Indigenous women and people. Outside of school, she enjoys spending time with her friends and loves reading. We're excited about your senior year coming up, and you can start with us with our land acknowledgement statement, please.
Thank you. On behalf of the Governing Board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Andrea Rios, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tono O'odham Nation and the federally recognized tribal lands of the Pascuayaqui tribe.
Thank you for that. And before we go to our Pledge of Allegiance, I forgot to mention that disponemos de servicio de traducción al español. Si se necesita servicios de traducciones al español, por favor, contacte con Luis. Luis, sí? Aquí. All right, and with that, everyone who is able to, can you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and thank you for all the leadership you're bringing to Tucson High.
Thank you.
Cheers. So for agenda adjustments, what our plan is, Governing Board, is following call to the audience. We're planning on doing all of our action items, which includes our administrative appointments, our contracts and other appointments, and review of the Alternative Education Committee recommendations and the Audit Committee charters. And followed that, going to 9.1, our preschool and community schools financial update. And we'll be having, unfortunately, to not be able to do 7.3 because the school name is incorrect on the what was listed. It was meant to be Palo Verde, not Pueblo High School. So because of open meeting laws, we're not able to cover that tonight. We'll have to move that to a future meeting. Am I missing any other agenda adjustments, Dr. Trio?
That is it. The only thing I will add for the public, we do apologize for the technical problems of Diligent. Our board management and public engagement software has created significant challenges for us, and we're working very, very hard to address that with the vendor. So thank you for your continued patience.
Governing Board, any objection to the plan? All right, I'll take that as unanimous consents. Next, we'll go to our awards and recognitions. Dr. Trio.
President Shaw, members of the governing board, this is always one of my favorite times of any board meeting when we celebrate staff excellence, staff commitment, and staff longevity, staff commitment and staff passion. All of those virtues are perfect descriptors of Patricia Sandoval Taylor, who's dedicated almost 40 years of her life to serving the students, families, and educators of this district. Throughout her career, she's been a passionate advocate for multilingual learners, championed equitable opportunities for every student to succeed. I cannot think of a fiercer advocate for educational quality, access, and excellence for refugee students, second language learners, and students who are emerging bilinguals. And Patricia, those of you that are aware of her career trajectory, Ms. Sandoval Taylor is known as a pioneer in advocacy for multilingual learners in Arizona. She didn't just start getting passionate about equity for multilingual learners and refugee students when it entered the national conversation 4 or 5 years ago. She spent the better part of 40 years looking at instructional models and materials and teaching strategies and approaches and professional development and budgets and advocacy, all pointed in the same direction: academic excellence for our students learning English as a second language, our refugee students new to our country, and those emerging bilingual students who embraced learning Spanish as a second language. We would not have the award-winning two-way dual language program that we have now if not for its main architect, Pat Sandoval-Taylor. We would not have the excellence that we see in those programs from Davis to Bloom to Mission View without the efforts of Ms. Sandoval-Taylor and her team. She recently concluded this distinguished career as our Director for Language Acquisition, where her leadership, expertise, and commitment helped strengthen these programs that I talked about. Her legacy is reflected not only in the programs that she helped build and design, but also in the countless lives that she influenced through her dedication and compassion. On behalf of the governing board and the Tucson Unified School District, I want to thank you, Pat, for this extraordinary career and the many years of your unwavering service to the Tucson Unified School District, your unwavering belief in our students and our families, and the unwavering belief in multilingualism as an asset and not a deficit. We're going to miss you, Pat, so congratulations on a well-earned retirement. You've earned it, and come on up. I'd like to present you with our employee appreciation.
Well, thank you so very much. I am so humbled, and I'd like to thank you, Board President Dr. Ravi, board members Ms. Luna Rose, Ms. Jennifer Ekstrom, Mr. Romero, and Ms. Shaw, Superintendent Trujillo, and Legal Counsel Ross. Again, Dr. Trujillo, thank you for those wonderful words of praise. As a 5-year-old attending first grade at Lineweaver Elementary, I never dreamed that I would have the opportunity to lead the best team in the district, the Language Acquisition Department. The honor of having this position for a decade has definitely been the highlight of my career. Working to affect the instruction of 5,000 English learners, multilingual learners, families in TUSD, and in some ways affecting English language learners across the state and the nation have been more than I could have imagined as a little girl in Miss Brackney's first grade classroom. I began my career as a 21-year-old teaching amazing students across both Sunnyside and the Tucson Unified School District. I brought with me to TUSD 3 amazing colleagues, Kathy Espinosa, Genevieve Gallardo, and Mary Rodriguez. We came to take TUSD by a whirlwind. My students were my inspiration daily to make their learning opportunities the best they could be, some who are now teachers, nurses, military officers, and more. Jesus, Lila, Cassandra, Yanis, Pablo, Erica, Lisa, and hundreds more. I have worked alongside wonderful teachers, paraprofessionals, and mentor leaders such as Esperanza Bejarano, Dr. Leonard Basurto, Maggie Schaefer, Steve Holmes, Dr. Norma Gonzalez, and Luis Moll from the University of Arizona. As I mention all these wonderful people in my path, I want to acknowledge the hardworking SEI and dual language teachers, principals, and support staff in TUSD who have gone above and beyond to implement their programs with fidelity. In addition, I want to thank the TUSD Language Advisory Committee who advocated for these programs, Dr. Saldate, Macario Saldate, Dr. Adalberto Guerrero, Crystal Foster, Maura Varley, Dr. Mary Carol Combs, Sal Gabandon, and more. My thanks also go to my fellow directors here in TUSD, Joan, Chuck, Heidi, Holly, Sabrina, Lorenzo, Roxanne, and more. I want to give my immense gratitude to the most intelligent individuals who surround me on a daily basis. I'd like to ask the language acquisition team members who are here, they're right behind me, to stand up, because I want you to see them. I thank them for upholding me in this position and making the work shine. The administrative staff, the language acquisition coaches, the language assessment team, Meaningful Access World Language, and the dual language team. There are so many to thank, but I want to also thank Mark Alvarez for encouraging me to apply for this position, and Dr. Flory Hewitt, my supervisor, who listened and supported me in this work. And last and most importantly, not least, I want to thank my beautiful family for their patience and understanding when so much energy goes into a career. I want to thank my husband, my beautiful daughters, and my precious mom, my uncle, who's also here, who are here tonight. You have truly been the wind beneath my wings. Working in this field for 45 years is an honor, and I am overwhelmed with pride. As educators, we set goals annually to meet the needs of students. The goals I set annually were met to the best of my ability, strengthening programs, securing funding, meeting court mandates, awarding seals of biliteracy to students, and I did this on the shoulders of those who I have thanked. I'm not sure I will ever be able to completely thank them or be able to stop setting these types of goals, but I'm going to set new goals to support my family at home and do my best to live life at the speed of joy. My hope, Dr. Trujillo, and the TUSD school board members, is that you will continue to support the new director, the amazing Miss Ana Manzano, and the language acquisition team to continue to do amazing things for language learners in the district, including the two-way dual language program. They need your continued support, and I hope that you will continue to help them accomplish great things for language learners and individuals in our districts who serve them and their families. Thank you for supporting me in this role during these wonderful and challenging years. I'm truly grateful, Dr. Trujillo and school board. Abrazos y que Dios los bendiga.
Dr. Shaw?
Go ahead, Ms. Ekstrom.
Ms. Sandoval-Taylor, I would just like to thank you for all of your years of dedication to Tucson Unified School District and these past 4 years, how much I have learned from you. I can assure you that I will always support language acquisition and the strengthening of our programs because you started it, and without you, we wouldn't have these great programs. So thank you so much. We're going to miss you, and have fun in retirement.
Thank you so much.
Next recognition is an example of what we all would hope that our staff, our employees, and our students, they're an example of what we hope that they become and what they mean to the community when they leave our doors. That they exhibit character, excellence in character, excellence in integrity, excellence in compassion. And we have a couple of examples of that this evening coming from the Sabino community. One Saturday morning, Sabino High School JV defensive coordinator Marius Lester and former Sabino High School student and standout athlete Derek Sanchez, they were driving home when they saw somebody in distress crying out for help. Without hesitation, they stopped the car, rushed to assist a man who was experiencing a life-threatening medical emergency. Drawing on their CPR training from the district, both Marius and Derek worked together to perform life-saving continuous chest compressions for the 8 minutes it took first responders to arrive. What's particularly impressive is that during these critical moments, Marius, in addition to performing the continuous chest compressions, had the awareness and the presence in the moment to also coach one of his family members who was also in the car and administering another appropriate CPR technique, ensuring that in total life-saving efforts would be continued until emergency services arrived. The quick thinking and the teamwork and their willingness to act under pressure gave this individual the opportunity for another chance at life. Both have said that they're grateful that they were just in the right place at the right time and hope that their actions inspire others to step forward when help is needed. Maris and Derek, your compassion, courage, and commitment to serving others inspire all of us. And on behalf of the governing board and TUSD, thank you for these heroic actions and for representing the SaberCat community with such pride. And I will tell you that in your humility, you have said, well, we just happen to be in the right place at the right time. Courage doesn't happen by chance. That's a function of character. And I like to believe that character was developed in the land of the purple and gold, Sabino. So thank you very much. On behalf of the Tucson Unified School District, we acknowledge this distinguished award for courage and service for your actions on that Saturday. Congratulations. President Shaw, that concludes awards and recognitions.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo, and thank you, everyone, for all of your service. Next, we have board member activity reports. I know it's been summertime, but we'll see if, what we've been doing in connecting with our community here. Governing board members, anyone want to go first? Go ahead, Ms. Luna Rose.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this evening, the last board meeting before school starts next Thursday. Just 2 items of note. I did, and I don't think I mentioned the last time because I think the way we were scheduled, actually 3 items. One was that I attended the summer graduation back in June, and just wanted to give a shout out to all the employees and staff that worked to put on such a great event. They do just a wonderful job in making these students feel special, even though that they graduated technically a month later than their peers at their respective schools. But it's one of my favorites. I love summer graduation. Second is that I did attend the send-off for our former Associate General Counsel, Mr. Aronoff, at his goodbye party, and I said a few words on behalf of the 5 of us, and I hope it was nice. So, and I think it was a really nice send-off, and he had a really great turnout at the 1010 office. And lastly, and hopefully my board colleagues will like this, I am representing the board on a committee to review perhaps some new vendors for what could be a new, different type of diligent program. So we had our first meeting last week and reviewed the RFPs, and this week, later on this week, we have another meeting to interview. So hopefully we will get a better program for not just us, but for the community to be able to access documents as they should in the spirit of transparency. So I'm hoping that the ones that we meet, we've got Yolanda, we have 3, correct? Yes, we have 3. So hopefully one of those 3 will work out. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Luna Rose. Ms. Shaw, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I didn't get to do much since the schools are closed, but I did manage to help a grandparent assist her grandsons in getting a bus route closer to home. So for those of you who have a child who maybe is taking the bus already, or you're interested in that, please do call our transportation department at 520-225-6262 if you have any issues. We have a website, transportation department, TUSD.
What's the number again?
Google 520-225-6262. And so, we're trying to get students on our buses, and if you do have a route already, but it's far too far for your students or grandkids to walk, see if you could get a closer route. So just call transportation. I know our bus drivers do a great job. Shout out to AFSCME in the audience. Right on. Thank you all for your work. And then let's see, I did go to Dodge today. My daughter was registering for classes and all of that, and so we picked up her schedule and her textbook. She got a very thick geometry textbook. So thank you for everyone at Dodge for having that go really smoothly. But I did pop into the office and I noticed that the AC was down at Dodge once again in certain buildings. It's unfortunate because we already redid that HVAC. So I don't know what the issue is, but for all our schools as we open up next week, do call us if you have an issue, put in an order immediately. And with all those mobile AC units that we purchased, hopefully there's enough to go around while we fix all the issues in our very old district. So with that, I'll pass it on to another colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Ms. Ekstrom, go ahead. Looks like you're...
Thank you. I also went to Dodge today. My daughter's starting the 6th grade, so it was really nice to see all of the teachers. They talked her out of changing her schedule to PE, so that was a really big deal. So they're like, you have 2 years, you should really do this other thing. So I was really impressed by that. So thank you to all of the Dodge teachers, and I did notice that HVAC was out, so thank you, Ms. Shaw, for reminding me about that. I also met with a few teachers throughout these last few weeks, so thank you to them for confiding in me and having a great discussion. Yeah, so that's really what I've been doing this past month. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ekstrom. Go ahead, Mr. Romero.
Well, I drove by Dodge today. Didn't notice the AC, but also had a bond meeting at Davis Romero with Dr. Carter and the crew over there, also with interim Heidi Aranda, talking about the new bond projects we've got going on over there. Also, attended one of the audit committee meetings that just recently happened. And then I also stopped by the All Administration Welcome Back Professional Development at CE Rose. And it's a very big production over there. I met with a lot of principals and be able to talk to them versus having to go to all their schools. They were all there, so I could find a lot of them there. And then a lot of the departments, and got a chance to meet a lot of our TUSD team members. So I was very grateful to have been there to walk that event for a little bit that morning.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Romero. So I had a couple of meetings on behalf of the school district. I had a chance to meet with the new CEO of EEF, Drasana. The EEF, the Educational Enrichment Foundation, is kind of TUSD's foundation. They raise money as a nonprofit organization. They're an Arizona tax credit organization. And they use that money to fund programs and services throughout TUSD, throughout our 88 schools, including services for our students directly, for our teachers, some of our learning labs and other facilities. So look to EEF if you're looking for a tax deductible or Arizona tax credit donation this fall for the rest of this school year, or rest of this calendar year rather. Our new CEO is great. I'm excited to work with her, and I think she'll bring a lot of great ideas to the work that we're doing to philanthropy in our community for TUSD. Also had an opportunity to meet with our sub-negotiators. Hopefully we'll have an MOU soon with our sub-negotiation team. We will be, I think, the first district in Arizona that has a unionized sub, so excited to get that across the finish line soon. Had a chance to meet with our new principal of Tucson High Magnet School, Ms. Norma Gonzalez. I think she's going to do an excellent job over there. She's building her team and really putting the pieces in place for our first permanent principal of our largest school in southern Arizona after a couple of years. So excited about the leadership she'll bring for Tucson High and all of the 3,000 students. And finally, represented the board as a board liaison to the audit committee for its meeting this past month. We will have a number of the items we discussed on our action items this evening. And that concludes our board member activity reports. I'll turn over the microphone to Ms. Luna Rose, our clerk, for our call to the audience.
All right, thank you, Dr. Shaw. Members of the public may speak during the call to the audience. The governing board clerk shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining order where it may be appropriate. Those who speak in person or would like to have their comments read shall email or call the board office or complete a request to address the board form before the end of call to the audience. Speakers who have not completed a request form are not permitted to address the board. Speakers must state their full name and topic prior to addressing the board. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum speaking time of 3 minutes. While more than one speaker may speak together in the time allowed, speakers are reminded they are not allowed to speak more than once, and they may not transfer or delegate their time to others. If there are documents for the board, please give them to the board office staff. They will ensure each board member receives a copy. Those attending tonight's meeting or speaking before the board shall observe rules of good conduct. Speakers shall also refrain from inappropriate or defamatory remarks. Defamation includes false statements presented as facts about identifiable persons that could harm their reputation. Please note that making defamatory statements at a public meeting may expose the speaker to personal legal liability. And because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware that there may be children present and listening. At the end of call of the audience, the governing board president will ask if any board member would like to respond to a criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put forth on a future agenda. No more than 2 members may address each topic. First is Lillian Fox.
Board President, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo, and Ms. Barboa. Got your homework for you. In the last 12 months, TUSD has lost nearly 800 employees. That's a lot. 245 of your certified employees resigned. 361 of your classified employees resigned. This makes me wonder, because I'm not seeing that many new hires, how many employees, why are so many employees leaving, and are some on the first day of school, or some kids going to be greeted by subs? Okay, now first, don't approve item 6.3. They didn't do the math for you. That's to extend the lease for Verizon. That's actually a reduction. They're going to end up paying you less money if you approve that. Delay that and tell your CFO to come back and show you year by year by year what the rent is going to be, because this is a reduction. Now, I've put the capture rate to, turn to this first page. I think this will be a shocker. This was TUSD in 2009. At the time, TUSD was at 60% of their students were proficient in math. Over 70% were proficient, or over 65% were proficient in reading, and 80% were proficient in writing. Boy, you have really gone downhill. You had Superintendent Sanchez, and you had Superintendent Trujillo in the meantime. This shows what you should be today. You should be as good as any of the East Side districts. You should be as good or better than Amphi, Marana, and Flowing Wells, and you are not. Fix it. This is one of your problems. This is what the Auditor General says. Your administrative expenses are out of control. That's one of the reasons you've declined. You've also cut spending by almost 5% on instruction in the last 5 years. Now, here's what your present day academic results are. Your peer district for academic stuff is other districts with similar poverty rates. You're not being compared to districts where there's no poverty. The districts you're compared to are like you, and you are much worse than they are. You don't do nearly as well as they do. This shows what you've done. The next page. In the last 5 years, you've gone down, down, and down. Now, finally, we get to the capture rate chart. I realized when I talked about this last time that the instructions or the explanation I gave you was pretty puzzling. I'm trying to do better here. What this chart shows is that there are 74,000 school-age children in this district, and you are only getting about 55% of them. 55% is a failing
Your
group.
time is up. Thank you. Next is Nick Bruno.
Hi everyone, my name is Nick Bruno, Dr. Trujillo, Dr. Shaw, members of the board. I'm just speaking today as lead negotiator from the AFSCME team. And after a long time of negotiating, lots of prep and back and forth, we were just really happy that y'all supported us in extending our contract negotiations because that really gave the rest of our bargaining unit, all of our blue collar workers, that vote of confidence that what we're doing matters and that the concerns and the hopes of making our district better and a better place to work at was stood by with you in support. And so I want to say thanks also to John Fernandez and Diana Reyes and the rest of the TUSD negotiating team for their professionalism and seeing us through our extension. It was really a pleasant surprise to be able to get so much done together. And we're really happy with just where we were able to get through with all of the proposals that we had. I will say, we have a lot to look forward to also because we had a majority of our proposals actually out of 53 that we agreed on, and even more of those that were left over that we're looking forward to continuing in either a meet and confer process or later down the line rather than just not agreed to at all. So it was a really great experience. Learned a lot about our shared values, and yeah, just I think I would want to recommend to y'all to vote to approve our contract. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eve Mays.
Hello, my name is Eve Mays. I'm the recording secretary for AFSCME and one of the negotiators for the AFSCME MOU, but my main job's driving the bus. I've been negotiating since March, and it's been a enlightening experience on how the bureaucratic process works. And I'd like to thank all participating members, union and TUSD staff for our cooperation in the creation of this MOU. I'm very proud of some of the agreements we've reached, and I hope you vote yes to ratify us. I'm most excited about our 2-day paid bereavement leave and the $200 shoe stipends for all AFSCME blue-collar employees. I know as a driver, having good quality shoes will make my daily inspections of the buses easier. I also know it would be most especially helpful to our facilities and custodians as they're on their feet all day cleaning the schools and maintaining our buildings. I hope to continue improving working conditions with y'all through the meet and confer process so we can make a better and safer environment for all children that attend TUSD. Thank you all so much for the extension, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dr. Teresa Toro.
Hello, Dr. Trujillo, Dr. Shaw, and members of the board. I'm here to celebrate the successes of our academy students at Pueblo High School from this past school year. We finished with 217 students, freshmen through seniors, and this year already we're getting close to over 230, and I have over 20 students and families that I'm going to meet with on Monday who are considering enrolling in the academy, which means that it's keeping students in our district, and we're actually also drawing students from outside the district into this program, which makes Pueblo's campus much more dynamic. And just to keep in mind that the academy students are the students on campus that have the most rigorous schedules, and yet 100% of them graduated on time, so that's a great success. Also, this year we had 96 state of Arizona seals that were earned by seniors. 85% of those are from academy students. We had 28% of our academy students earn CTE, TSA completions. 11% of our JTED enrolled students completed their certification. 80% of our Mariachi Aslan students are in the academy. And 46% of all the students that earned the Tri-M, which is an academic musician at the national level, are in the academy as well. And then I just want to focus particularly on just a few examples of academy students that just recently graduated. Amy Aldama, she got accepted to Princeton, Occidental, Colgate, Boston University, William Smith, full rides for all of them, and she chose to go to NYU this fall on a full ride scholarship. Maximo Jimenez Lugo received the Gates Millennium Full Ride Scholarship, and just so you know, over 10,000 students applied to that, and only less than 1% got the Gates full ride, and he was one of them, and he is gonna go on a full ride to Michigan State University. We have 23 students that were accepted to the U of A Frankie Honors College. Luciana Reyes was accepted into the Harvard and Yale Summer Pre-College programs, and we can just go on and on. It's just amazing what our students are achieving in our Southside High School, but without further ado, I do want to thank the community that makes the Academy possible. And I want to thank, first of all, Mr. Frank Rossenhauser, who has supported the Academy since its inception. Pueblo's administrative team, they're awesome and very supportive. The teachers at Pueblo who are teaching our students, kudos to them, especially our school counselors, the front office staff that identify these students, and especially the Pueblo community and the families and the students that trust their children in our hands in the Academy. So I just want to let you guys know how proud we are to be Pueblo Blue, and anytime you want to come and visit and talk to our students, you will be amazed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Rita Nicholson.
Hi, my name is Rita Nicholson, and I would like to thank you, board members. Dr. Trujillo, nice to see you, as you have refused to meet me personally 3 times, so I'm very happy to speak with you. Okay, and this is why I am bringing this to the public's attention. I've been a TUSD employee since 2004, and although I've not always seen eye to eye with the past with admin, this past year has been both physically and mentally challenging. I've been harassed numerous times by Mr. Villanueva, the principal of Booth Thicket, including personal slams regarding my hygiene and allegations that could not be substantiated, and straight out lied to me regarding those allegations. Most importantly, I have been denied my rights as a disabled person. TUSD has continually been non-compliant with my approved ADA accommodations, including my ongoing challenge in getting my things moved from Booth Thicket to Miller. I was placed from 3rd grade to kindergarten for this coming up year, even though Mr. B and the district both knew that that they were aware of the fact that I could not physically execute my duties in this position. After several meetings with Mr. B and district and not reaching a workable outcome, such as using 3rd grade desks and chairs for 5-year-olds and having parent volunteers to help with documentation of violation of purple laws, which Mr. B continually breaches, I was forced to move from a school 7 minutes away and take a position 1 hour away. When I was offered this position at a job fair, Mr. B blatantly cheered, not because I got the position, but because, and I quote, this is my school. He has told me repeatedly that Booth Thicket was his school and he could do whatever he wanted to do. He continually compared my ACES scores, which 2 years ago was the highest in the school district, to the first-year teachers' iReady scores. Apples and oranges, not even in the same category. I was forced to be the main person to pack up my room at the end of the year, even though this was against my ADA accommodations and against documented doctor's orders. I did not have an aide the last 2 months of school, and for the beginning of the 2nd semester, I did not have an aide that actually helped me. I was refused a TA who could help with computer work and be obligated to adhere to FERPA laws. I would like to thank those people from Pueblo High School who have given me the courage to speak here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Rowley.
Dr.
I am actually very honored to be here to educate you on something that has been my career for 30 years, which is commercial real estate brokerage. And I was informed earlier today about the item agenda of Verizon cell phone towers, which I don't mean to laugh, but there's a lot of things I would like to help and educate the board as far as this whole situation. One, why does Verizon want to renew the lease 4 years ahead of time? They don't need to. When I was dealing with corporations, all they want to do is lock in the profits, lock in the lease, don't want to have to deal with later. Plus a 10-year extension on top of that. You don't need to do that now. From a corporate point of view, they want to do this because it's one thing less for them to do later on. From our point of view, on the other side of the fence, you don't need to do this. There's parts of the leases that I have found out that are actually not in our best interest, let alone the teachers, the students, and the community. One, any escape clauses I have found that are not in the lease. Number two, you guys are getting paid way too less. You should be getting paid a lot more. Oh, Verizon, oh my goodness, I used to represent you too. So those are some of the things. So I'd like to help in the negotiations of the leases if that's where you want to do, so it's more in your best interest. Number two, the second thing is I've joined and part of the board of the Safe Tech Tucson. We're here to educate everybody, and we've done that a number of times over the last 8 years. So what I would like to close this on is suggest to the board to postpone this renewal for at least a year. Why? You can educate the public, educate the students, educate the teachers. The cell towers affect them. You may not know it right now, but they will down the road. It's not necessary. There's plenty of coverage. Their phone works completely fine. Talk to the people who negotiate the leases and make sure they're in your best interests. What else? And I'd be happy to set all this up. We've done this before. Lisa and I have set this up, public openings, and I mean, I can give you documentation Peter has already set up. So I kindly remind you of your responsibility and duty to protect, help, save, and educate the parents and students and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Norquist.
Good evening, Governing Board. It's been a while since I've been at the podium here, so it's good to see you all again from this vantage point. I'm wanting to speak on the same topic tonight, which is Consent Agenda 6.5 about the Verizon contract. So even though installation of 5G cell towers has thankfully slowed in Tucson since 2023, nearly 500 of them continue to needlessly emit unsafe radio frequency radiation 24/7 for blocks into the surrounding area, some now emitting millimeter wave radiation. This is especially concerning in the case of schools like Catalina High, where it's being proposed to extend the Verizon cell tower contract to 2040 and beyond. And beyond in 5-year increments after that, if you've read the contract, with no possible understanding of how wireless dangers may develop during that very long period of time. When the 5G cell rollout began, we were told that the towers are necessary to accommodate increased coverage needs as the demand for cell phone connectivity increases. However, it appears that rather than meeting greater demand for cell service, the primary purpose of the small cells has been to provide in-home internet service through what are called fixed wireless access, or FWA technology. In this system, what happens is homes get their internet access through connections of their non-mobile or fixed home routers to nearby cell towers or other wireless infrastructure, greatly increasing entire neighborhoods' exposure to RF radiation. After installation, a company like Verizon launches an advertising campaign to get nearby homes to discontinue their current service and sign up for theirs, for example, their 5G home internet. These small cells are not needed. Cable internet is widely available, and the City of Tucson's fiber to premises licensing program means all homes and businesses will have access to safer, faster, and minimally intrusive fiber optic internet by 2030. Fixed wireless service is being pushed in Tucson to boost telecom profit, not to fill a gap in any service. As we all should know, thousands of studies, including a major study from the NIH, and I hope you all note that I emailed a link to about 1,000 studies earlier today, continue to show that exposure to RF levels below current FCC guidelines can have biological effects and trigger physical symptoms that compromise learning, behavior, and health, including cancer, which includes things like breast, thyroid, colon, and brain, neurological and cognitive defects, reproductive effects, and other health effects. So I want to thank you for listening to this, and I ask that you vote no both on this item, but all future cell tower items as well, be they extensions or new installations, because they have no place on school grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is our last speaker, and we have one letter to be read. Hello, everyone. Oh, and this letter is from Natalie Mast. Hello, everyone. Tucson Unified has a problem with placing people who require dominance and control into positions of leadership. This old model, based on obedience and punishment, erodes the health of our system and does not follow best practices of coaching and collaboration. On that note, we should be extremely concerned about the promotion of John Lanza to Superintendent of the Arcadia region. Regional leadership has an outsized impact on the functioning of our schools, and he is a poor choice for this position. Information is available online about Lanza and Associates, including that he's been on the board of Tucson Faith Christian Church for over a decade. According to former members, they have created a high-control exploitation scheme to enrich themselves with money and power. They promote discipline, demon-filled infants, so they internalize resignation. At Tucson High, staff observed Lanza's idealization of the 1950s. Women are pregnant, in the home, homeschooling children, and submissive to men. In private, the church tells their fathers that the public education is of the devil. Faith Christian is connected with a vast network of political power and control, including Wall Builders, a patriarchal white Christian nationalist group that does not believe in the separation of church and state. They promote infiltration of school boards, school leadership, and state legislatures and aim for Christian dominism and supremacy over culture, society, and politics. This is already happening in Oklahoma, Texas, and Louisiana. These goals are a shared vision of red pill domination, influence like Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes, dorky and extremely dangerous. In Tucson, we have 800 religious organizations and churches spanning indigenous traditions to Abrahamic systems. Children and staff have the right to attend public school without being subjected to high control ideologies. The workforce in TUSD has been struggling for years. People are burnt out in a way that is full body and brain, consistently doing the work of 2 to 3 staff. We won't allow ourselves to be further stumped by leaders who at their core feel they are entitled to dominion and obedience. In schools, we practice a much more functional style of conversation, cooperation, and consensus in order to do our best work. Please familiarize yourselves with the tactics of control, love bombing, gaslighting, Darvel, triangulation, guilt tripping, and intermittent reinforcement. Document interactions, stick to facts, and participate in groups conversations, and solidify your sense of self. Communicate to our board so they are in the loop. To our school board, we need a system that allows the workforce to evaluate their leaders and administrators, and those results need to be open and transparent. We cannot be crushed by power-hungry leadership and still succeed with our mission to educate. Natalie Mast. And that concludes Call to the Audience.
All right, thank you, Ms. Luna Rose. Now our governing board has the opportunity to respond to criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. Reminder that no more than 2 members may legally address each topic.
Dr. Shaw.
Go ahead, Ms. Luna Rose, and then Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I'm going to, well, thank you everybody for coming this evening and speaking. This is an important part of the democratic process, and I fully believe in Call to the Audience to let us know how you're feeling about the district, certain programs, so on and so forth. So again, thank you for your time this evening. First to Dr. Toro, thank you so much for coming this evening. I always enjoy hearing what's going on at Pueblo and the great work that you're doing out there. And to the students who obviously are, I think, blowing the expectations or the stereotypes that kids from TUSD and kids from the South Side don't amount to anything. And especially our Latino students, our Chicano students, that they cannot make Ivy League or the Frankie College at the U of A. And I know that there's good work going on there, and I know that is replicating in other areas across the district, but you guys are the leader, and I'm hoping your colleagues are also celebrating those wins with your colleagues from across the district, because we are a large district. And I know this district has a lot of problems. We have a lot of issues. There's some students that are not meeting proficiency. So to hear this positive information, in contrast to earlier information where we hear all the time the negativity about our students, which I find, and I'm grateful to the staff that works with these students that are working hard to bringing up their grades, our RTI, our interventionist, our reading specialist. But as an alumni and parent, to hear that because you come from TUSD, you're not this, you're down here, is completely false, and I just want to make that evident. So again, thank you so much for you and your team for your work, because our kids are great. We have great kids in this district, so I feel very strongly about that. So I could keep going on and on. And then I'd also like to make a response to the letter I just read. I just want to note that this nation's founding principles include religious freedom. And as a board member, I have no employment decisions based, I don't make decisions based on anyone's religious beliefs or affiliations. And to that point, I think Mr. Alonso has been an exemplary employee since I've been on the board. We have not heard any sort of things from his time here. So I think it's just very important to make that note that we are open to anybody who comes to our district. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Again, thank you to all those who spoke at the call to the audience today or submitted letters. First, I want to thank Nick and Eve and all the members of the Ask Me team who are here today. Thank you for all your advocacy and all the work that you do in our district, both on the bus and elsewhere, wherever you are in our district. Thank you. I would like to ask staff to review the matter raised by Ms. Nicholson and provide a report to the governing board regarding her request for ADA accommodations and the issues with the principal. I want to thank you also, Dr. Toro, for your tremendous work at Pueblo. I go places and, people know who I am sometimes. And I was at Petroglyphs Gallery and the owner there was just singing your praises. And so really your work is resounding across Tucson, Pima County, and please continue what you do and help us as a district get all our high schools to have so many incoming Ivy League students, because my daughter's has been tentatively accepted at University High School, but I'm like, oh my gosh, Pueblo Academy seems really, really cool. So keep up the good work and thank you. And then last, I want to thank Karen and Peter for raising awareness about cell phone towers, our lease agreements, and us as a district getting properly compensated if we do approve of these leases. I'm not sure if you saw our last governing board meeting, but a woman spoke at the call to the audience about a cell phone tower going up in South Tucson, and there's a whole bunch of hullabaloo, let me use that word again, Dr. Shaw, in the community right now because South Tucson, I think, Board of Adjusters or someone approved it, and now the community's up in arms because it's very close to, I believe, Mission View. And I think it was beautiful how our governing board was concerned about it. And so I hope that this is a trend. I would like us to stall on that lease today, and I hope that my governing board will follow suit and also push that off so that if we do approve it, we can get a better deal. But I will be voting no, regardless. Thank you.
I also want to thank those that spoke out regarding the cell phone tower. I think awareness of it is got to be really key. And I know for me, from the beginning, I've always been, against those around our kids. And it's not like I don't participate Well, I don't participate with the cell phone service. I do have fiber optics to my business and to my house. So it's not like I'm saying this out in public and doing something different behind closed doors. I believe in the wire that comes to these. And, but I was very encouraged when the cell phone tower in South Tucson was brought up at the call to the audience too. We had additional 2 other board members that spoke up about it. So I think the community's bringing awareness to this. The effects that it has, especially on some of our younger communities, is great. So again, thank you, Ms. Shaw, for continuing to fight on this one. Thank you for those in the public. Keep giving us the information on those things, because I think the technology aspect of it and the money coming back to us oversees some of those health concerns. And I think Mrs. Rolick had mentioned we need to be stronger with negotiations if, in fact, we do have to have that. These corporations have tons and tons of money. They're not doing it for our benefit. They're doing it for their benefit. And if they can get into a school at a low a number, that's going to increase their bottom line. But they're not pushing enough for those negotiations. Again, I would hate to have them on there, but if we're going to have them, we should be compensated correctly. So thank you for educating us.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That'll conclude our call to the audience. All right, next we'll move on to our action items. We'll start with 7.1, administrative appointments for interim principal of Mary Meredith K-12 school. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, governing board member Shaw and members of the governing board. First, we certainly want to take the opportunity to reassure the community Principal Judy Mitchell remains principal at Mary Meredith, does an outstanding job, had to step away, address some personal matters, and we're going to support her. So tonight we need an interim leader for the board to consider. And when we look at the special needs of Mary Meredith, there are few other assistant principals in our ranks that have the background as an exceptional education teacher by trade, an experienced exceptional education director in another district, and the experience of serving as the lead administrative point person on a fairly large campus for all things exceptional education. So when the opportunity came up to support Ms. Mitchell with interim coverage, we thought of Mr. Damon Lovato, who's currently serving as the assistant principal at Palo Verde, as our recommendation to serve as the interim principal of Mary Meredith.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Governing board. I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Item moved by myself and seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-0. Congratulations.
Mr. Lovato, come on up.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Shaw, Clerk Ms. Luna Rose, members of the school. Hold on. There, members of the governing board, legal counsel, Dr. Trujillo, and everyone in attendance. I'm to sincerely thank you for your confidence you placed in me for the opportunity to serve as the interim principal at Mary Meredith K-12 school. I am truly honored and humbled by your trust. I'd like to express my gratitude for my 3 years at Palo Verde High School. Serving as assistant principal has been an incredible experience, and I'm thankful to Deputy Superintendent Shauna Rodriguez, Principal Eric Brock, the students, staff, families, and colleagues who have helped me grow both personally and professionally. Those experiences have helped prepare me for this next chapter. As I begin this new role at Mary Meredith, I look forward to building relationships with the students, staff, and families while continuing to focus on creating a safe, supportive, and student-centered learning environment where everyone has the opportunity to succeed. Thank you again for this opportunity. I appreciate your trust and support. I am excited to get to work.
We have the reception line here for you, and thank you for those wonderful words. Next, we have 7.2, administrative appointment for an interim principal of Pueblo High School.
Yes, during this crucial period at Pueblo, we want to make sure that the school year gets started with clarity, that we're clear about administrative coverage and principal leadership at one of the most crucial times of the year, opening of school. So tonight's recommendation has a very, very impressive background, not only as a Spanish language educator, Spanish teacher, Spanish language educator by trade, kind of starting at San Miguel High School, teaching over in Amphi, and then moving on to Sal Point, where she became an AP Spanish teacher, department chair, instructional coach, and coach softball, before making the move to Warrior Country during the 25-26 school year. So tonight, we're very, very proud to recommend current assistant principal Alma Mejia Garcia to serve as the interim principal of Pueblo High School.
Dr. Shaw.
Go ahead, Ms. Luna Rose.
I will move the item.
Second.
Item is moved by Ms. Luna Rose, second by Ms. Ekstrom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-0. Congratulations, Garcia.
Good evening, Dr. Shaw, members of the governing board, Dr. Trujillo, and members of the TUSD community. I am truly delighted and honored to serve the Pueblo community this school year alongside an incredible team of administrators who bring passion, dedication, and a strong work ethic to everything they do for our school. This team is committed to getting things done. Cuando llegué a la comunidad de Pueblo, supe que estaba formando parte de una familia con corazón, pasión y orgullo en la formación del legado de excelencia. I take my place in this family with great responsibility, and I look forward to building upon the important work and legacy of those who have served before me. To my Pueblo family, I may not have all the answers, but I can assure you that I will always show up with sincere and unwavering commitment to doing what is best for our students. It is a privilege to serve you and look forward to continuing this journey together. Go Warriors.
Congratulations, Ms. Garcia. And it's unfortunate that we had the situations that required these two appointments tonight, but I'm glad we have such an amazing deep bench of folks to stand up and step up for these roles. So congratulations, Mr. Lovato and Ms. Garcia. We will be skipping 7.3 because it was agendized incorrectly, so they'll come back to us ASAP for potentially another appointment to fill the opening now that's at Palo Verde with the appointment of Mr. Lovato to the principal role. So we'll come back to 7.3 at another governing board meeting. But we'll move on to 7.4, approval of Mansfeld STEM. I'm sorry? Oh, that's okay. We'll take a break for photos. Thank you for reminding me.
Yes, let's have our new administrators up for photos.
And then we'll go on to 7.4. Thank you.
Sorry.
And big smiles right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then.
we're missing Dr. Trujillo.
I have the full agenda because it's clerk, so I can follow.
Carla Martinez. Is Carla here? Is Carla Martinez? Are you Carla Martinez? Okay, perfect. All right. All right. All right, Dr. Tria isn't back, but we'll continue on with our agenda here with item 7.4, approval of Mansfield STEM Plus Middle Magnet School uniform options for the 26-27 school year. And in lieu of Dr. Trujillo, we'll go straight to our principal.
Good evening, President Shaw, governing board members, Dr. Trujillo, and Mr. Ross. I'm Carla Martinez. I am the very proud principal of Mansfield Middle Magnet School, and I want to recognize that we have our magnet coordinator, Tracy Reed, that's accompanying me this evening, and of course my regional, Mr. Richard Sanchez, here in support. And I'm so grateful to be here this evening to present our recommendation to modify our current student uniform policy. And also, if I may, just a quick shout out to our Mansfield community, families, and staff that may be watching tonight. Today we opened up our doors for our very first day of new student orientation, and it was a full house. It was that beginning of the year excitement. Like you said, you mentioned at Dodge, we kind of had the same thing. So they knew I was going to be here this evening, so I want to thank everybody for their support. And to begin the presentation, I wanted to start with a little bit of background. And in our governing board policy, it's mentioned that Mansfield Middle School became an official uniform school back in 1996. And over the course of the years, the 30 years, of course, throughout having many principals, they've made some minor modifications through their site council. But when I came in last year as a new principal, and the community let me know that this was something that I needed to give attention to because they were really wanting to update the uniform policy. I wanted to make sure that we followed the governing board policy, and we did this in the formal manner, so that way it could be changed formally in our governing board policy. This is an abbreviated version of what we have in our uniform policy, but these are the points that show what we have and what the changes that I'm recommending for this year. For the tops, it's standard uniforms. We have the white and the blue plain polos, and if kids wore shirts underneath, they were white. Bottoms, solid navy and khaki. And for outer garments, in our current policy, it states that it should be plain white or navy blue, no logos. And also for shoes, since its inception, students at Mansfield have never been able to wear shoes that didn't have straps, no flip-flops, or anything like that. So the purpose, it's really to modernize our uniform policy. I think it's great that we have uniforms. I even had a family come in yesterday strictly because they said, I'm looking for a uniform school. And I know our community really appreciates uniforms, as do I, for many reasons. For safety, we're near the U of A. It's easy to spot our students, also down the street from Tucson High. So we just really want it to serve the students that are currently in our building, which is really important to me. So just listening to a lot of our community feedback. And so we did a lot of work last year getting stakeholder feedback so that way we could make the recommendation for these changes. So the proposed modifications for the top garment, currently, as I mentioned, we have the white and the navy blue. We'd like to also add gray. As we know, those of us who have kids, I hear a lot of parents, the white gets stingy. They don't like the students wearing white, so having that gray polo adds a little bit of color. A major change to our school would be having more school spirit apparel. Currently, we don't have any t-shirts that we allow. And we really want to increase and strengthen our school pride in spirit. We want our students wearing shirts that represent Mansfield, so they can be out in the community, and it also they're wearing shirts that represent who they are and their interests. So for instance, wearing shirts for athletics, right? They're part of the soccer team, they're part of the volleyball team. Also for fine arts, we have a great band and orchestra program at the school. Also student council members. So just really wearing any type of t-shirt on any given day in lieu of wearing the uniform tops. Or also any uniform that says Mansfield in general with our shield logo. And so now when they're out in the community, they can be distinguished from wearing, they know that they're from Mansfield and, otherwise they wouldn't know where they're from because most schools have the standard white polo. And also for footwear, and this has gone back and forth. We know people have differing views on the Crocs, but this is again with a lot of work and with site council. We do want to also incorporate having students Crocs as part of our uniform policy because it does have again the strap that would allow students to wear those. And this is the work that we did. So as I mentioned, when I came in as a new principal, the conversation started almost instantly because it was something that the community felt strongly about, updating our uniform policy. So in August, came in, the conversation started with site council, and also getting feedback from the people in the building, the teachers, the staff, making sure that we put out various versions that people then updated and said, hey, no, let's cross this out. Let's add this. And then once we had something that we felt really solid about, we sent it out to staff for voting. And so that was in January. We had over 90% approval on the categories mentioned. And so we felt good about that. And then it was time to put that out for parents to vote. And so through Parent Square, we sent out a link for parents to vote. And also when we realized, okay, we're not getting it's not getting as many votes through that avenue, teachers were then sending it out to their classes individually to make sure that we got more parents' eyes on this uniform policy. And in April of 2026, towards the end of the year, with many of the 8th grade families helping us right before they left make that, gave their vote. Some of them were like, we're already leaving. And I said, no, your voice still matters. You've been working with this uniform policy for the last 3 years. And so that helped us meet the requirement. And then it was at the final month of the year where I submitted my request to come to you all tonight for a vote.
Thank you, Principal Martinez.
Thank you.
Governing board members, go ahead, Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Martinez. Thank you so much for your presentation. So I'm glad that you really got the community involved. I think that's obviously the first step in making sure that you have a successful school. So kudos to you on getting that, because I know sometimes parent participation sometimes can be a little hard, but when you start talking dress codes and things that they have to buy, I'm sure there was more of an interest. I have just really more of a comment. My nephew is going to be starting Mansfield this year, and my sister called me this morning to say she was driving to Mansfield, missed the parking lot and had to turn around, but whatever. And I didn't realize that she was moving her son, but she said that what she really liked was the dress code policy. And so if this passes this evening, my nephew will be happy to hear that the Crocs will be part.
Yes, I think that's really important to our kids.
He lives in those Crocs, despite the fact that his Nana does not like them. So just kudos to you on getting the community involved and making sure that they have a voice so you can represent them in front of us this evening. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you for your presentation and also for doing your due diligence for this dress code modification. I would be a little worried since we're so close to the school year, but it doesn't seem like the modifications are really substantive. It's just like the addition of gray, right? And then the Crocs and some minor adjustments. So yeah, I really do appreciate the inclusion of Crocs. Unfortunately, we don't have that at Dodge, but I guess I can see why. But yeah, I look forward to this, and I hope you have a great school year. And with that, I want to move the item.
I'll second the Crocs movement. Yeah.
Can I ask, Ms. Shaw, so you went, your Dodge is a uniform school, right?
Correct.
So you had your daughter in an elementary school that wasn't uniformed, and then a middle school that is. What do you prefer?
Oh, I prefer uniforms.
Prefer the uniforms.
Absolutely. It saves us time at home when we're trying to leave for school. And I think after kids get over like the fear of losing their individuality, they really start to embrace it.
Interesting. All right.
Uniforms for all.
Well, the item is moved by Ms. Shaw and seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-0. All right. Thank you, Principal Martinez, for all of your work on this.
All right, thank you all for your support. I really appreciate it, and I know our community will appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, my kids love their Crocs. I've never worn Crocs before.
Yeah, I should try. Wear Crocs.
I wear Lilies around the house to go take out the trash, and they're really comfortable, but I won't wear them out.
All right, next we have item 7.5, review, approve, and adopt the 26-28 Memorandum of Understanding for Blue Collar Employees, AFSCME MOU, between Tucson Unified School District and AFSCME. And Mr. Fernandez.
Yeah, President Shaw would like to bring up our Chief Human Capital Officer, Mr. John Fernandez.
Good evening, President Shaw, members of the board, Superintendent. I just want to say that I was very grateful to be able to kind of bring this to you today because it's been a long process with our team at TUSD, with our AFSCME partners. I want to thank our TUSD, our Employee Relations Office, our Transportation Facilities, our representatives. Nick came up here as a lead negotiator, also our Local 449, as well as all the members of our AFSCME team. We spent a lot of time, thank you for the extension, to get us to this point. A lot of time was spent, late hours, going over this agreement, and as Nick said, 53 proposals. Some of them came in very late in the process, but I think the point was we wanted to do what we could to think about and give consideration to all proposals that we thought would benefit our blue-collar workers. These include our bus drivers, our custodians, our groundskeepers, and maintenance teams. We know the time was short, we couldn't get to everything, but to those things that we could get and bring to you for your consideration and approval, we made that effort. And then we're going to continue the conversation as we move into the years ahead. So just some of the highlights. I mean, I think we spent a lot of time prioritizing employee safety and essential equipment. You'll see in the agreement discussion about a safety shoe allowance, PPE for summer work, guaranteed paid training days, so professional development for our AFSCME employees, access to technology and support to make sure they're able to use technology as it relates to their job. We looked at bringing shift differential for working, your early morning or night shifts closer to the city average. So over the next 2 years, we're going to move that from 55 cents an hour to $1 an hour. Just for those who are interested in the costs, that'll cost $112,865 a year for year one, $225,730 year two, based on current utilization. I tried to figure out how much of the M&O budget that would be, and if you round it, you get to 0.05% if you really round it. But it's based on those employees who qualify and who take those assignments. We did the same for out-of-class pay, which are for employees who step in temporarily to cover higher level job responsibilities, raising that from $275 to $350 an hour. Both rates have not changed in the last 5 years, which is what I look back. It might have been flatter even before that, but we thought this was time for an adjustment, and a very modest adjustment. We extended layoff protection. Under the previous agreement, we had protected those employees who were employed before 2003. We moved that date to June 30, 2013, and gave more advance notice in the case of layoffs for our blue-collar employees. Fair representation, we expanded notice for notice to AFSCME and to the employees when it comes to disciplinary meetings. We provide our union access to our weekly onboarding sessions so they can meet with new hires and apprise them of AFSCME support. And I think the other most important piece of it, I think we were glad to see, is that we couldn't get to everything. In fact, not everything needs to be bargained. Some of these are operational concerns that were brought to our attention during the course of the last few weeks. So we wanted to implement a meet and confer framework, which means that for those items that are really not bargaining related, things that might be related to safety, operational, workplace concerns, we wanted to establish a regular, proactive, collaborative opportunity to dialogue over the term of this agreement. And so we do have a meet and confer framework built into the agreement. A lot of details to be worked out after, should you approve, and we can move forward about what that looks like for each department, what that calendar looks like. But in closing, I think this MOU represents a good investment in our workforce that keeps TUSD running every day, and I think we do it in a fiscally responsible approach. So we bring to you the AFSCME MOU with TUSD for 2026 to 2028.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I want to thank you for all the work. I was really impressed with everything that would happen over the last couple of weeks in terms of getting this across the finish line. And thank you for our AFSCME bargaining team for advocating for so many of our employees, our blue-collar employees. Governing Board, any questions, comments, or feedback? Go ahead, Mr. Shaw.
I would like to also thank you for stepping in when needed. Thank you to the AFSCME team for doing all of your hard work and your patience and our patience and everyone's patience. And with that, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Item moved by Ms. Shaw, seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-0. All right. Next, we'll go on to 7.6, approval to appoint a new Alternative Education Advisory Committee member for the 4-year term ending July 28th, 2030. I can turn over to our board liaison to this committee, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. I see our chairperson, Ms. Felicia Chu, is here, so I'll just give a brief introduction. I don't know if you want to say anything. Okay. The team didn't have any reservations about this candidate. There was a little bit of hesitation about having too many staff on our committee. We do have a few members that are TUSD employees, but this particular candidate has recently left the district, and so she did say in her letter that she is interested in helping programs continue to exist and evolve in ways that provide support for student achievement and well-being, which is, I believe, all of our goals on the committee. Did you want to add anything else, Ms. Chu? No? Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Chu, for your leadership on the Alternative Education Advisory Committee. Thank you for being here tonight. And with that, I would like to move the item of Lindsay Brown to the Alternative Education Advisory Committee.
I will second.
Thank you.
Item moved by Ms. Shaw, seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-0. And thank you, Ms. Chu, for being here and for your leadership on this committee. Next, we'll go on to, is a member here who was appointed? No, okay. Next, we'll go on to 7.7. We have two proposed appointments to the Bond Oversight Committee for a 2-year term ending July 28th, 2028. And I'll turn it over to our board liaison to Bond Oversight, Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. I believe, is Ms. Blue on? Okay. We received 2 applications to fill 2 vacancies that we have. We still have one vacancy if these 2 are approved. The Bond Oversight Committee voted to approve these 2 candidates.
And you want to list our names here?
It's Laura Freeman-Senegi and Jillian Lopez Tapia. Dylan Lopez Tapia.
Thank you, Ms. Ekstrom.
Mm-hmm.
Governing Board.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Right. Item moved by Ms. Luna Rose and seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-0. Congratulations and thank you for your service to our new Bond Oversight Committee members.
Dr. Shaw?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Luna Rose.
Can I just make a quick mention, just kind of piggybacking on these last 2 items?
Yes.
We're always looking for community members to join our boards. So if you're interested, I don't know, Ms. Shaw, how many you have? You're full?
No, we are not full.
Okay. Ms. Shaw's committee, Ms. Ekstrom, I believe you said you had one. We will have budget advisory committee, always, audit members.
Employees Benefits Trust. As well.
Employees Benefits Trust really could use community members. So if you're interested, please go to our website and fill out an application. We'd really love to have you. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for the plug, Ms. Luna Rose. All right, 7.8 is approval of the Alternative Education Advisory Committee recommendations regarding transportation, homeschooling information, additional staffing, and credit recovery to all students. Dr. Trio.
President Shaw, board members, I'd like to welcome Dr. Yolanda Nunez, our Director for Alternative Education, with some support provided in the financials by Mr. Hernandez, our Chief Financial Officer. We came to you in June, and we originally had a set of recommendations. We want to take a little bit more time on the ones that you're going to see tonight. So tonight is a product of the research, the data that we pulled regarding staffing implications, financial implications. One of the main recommendations, of course, you already took on, and now here are the remaining recommendations. Dr. Nunez.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Good evening, Dr. Shaw, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo, Mr. Ross. My name is Yolanda Nunez, and I'm here to review and go through the recommendations of our Alternative Education Advisory Committee that we presented last month. So here's the outline. I'm going to review the committee recommendations, and I'm going to give you some data from DAPE enrollment for the last 2 years, review some of the pieces for transportation, the homeschool family component, as well as some Project More numbers, and then dropout prevention and enrollment coordinators. So what you'll see here is the recommendations from our Alternative Education Advisory Committee. They really wanted to increase our enrollment in DAPE and realized that one of the barriers to that attendance was the transportation. And they also realized that Project More and our Teenage Parent High School also had that barrier. So they do want to, they do recommend providing transportation to these 3 programs. Number 2 is distribute information to homeschool families on how to concurrently enroll in classes that we offer. And number 3 is to provide additional staffing at Project More High School. And number 4 is to provide additional enrollment ambassadors and dropout prevention staff to offer more credit recovery options for all students. So the first recommendation is transportation. It's provide transportation to DAPE, Project More High School, and Teenage Parent High School, also known as TAP. Here you'll see the DAPE enrollment for the last 2 years, including reasons, the number of suspensions and reasons for not attending DAPE. You've seen these numbers before, as well as our advisory committee has seen these numbers also, so I wanted to make sure that I just reviewed these numbers. As you see, we do get about 40% of students attending DAPE. Some of those barriers is the transportation. Others, they choose to stay home. And we are trying to figure out ways to encourage students to attend DAPE. Our administrative recommendation is to schedule optimizations, meaning that we would adjust some start times for our DAPE program, TAP, and Project More. If we start at 9:15, we are able to align some bus routes to ensure that there's pickups for students, removing those barriers for families. Establishing a hub system would assist families with transportation and improve daily attendance at TAP, Project More, and increase accessibility to DAPE. And this also aligns with our district's attendance and enrollment initiative that we're starting to roll out in the next few days. The next recommendation is concurrent enrollment. The committee recommends distributing information to homeschool families on how to concurrently enroll homeschool students in classes. We recommend creating a marketing plan with our media and communications department that focuses on partnership and flexibility. Those marketing materials would focus on classes that are difficult to replicate at home, such as chemistry and biology, career and technical education, performing arts and other electives, and also promoting college credit opportunities. The next recommendation was to provide additional staffing at Project Moore High School. And here is the current enrollment as of July 23rd, 2026. We have 44 students enrolled, and here is the current staffing. We have 7.5 teachers, and because of the singletons that are needed at the high school, we need to have that amount. And then we also have the support staff, which is a 0.5 counselor, and we share that counselor with our TAP High School. A 1.0 social worker. We also have a three-quarter time college and career counselor, and then she works part-time at TAP as well. And then our MTSS and our CSP work part-time at Project Moore, part-time at TAP, and Project Moore also has 2 monitors. So our recommendation is that Project Moore has sufficient staffing to support students. The AEC recommendation is to increase enrollment ambassador and dropout prevention staff to offer credit recovery to all students. Our dropout prevention department focuses on grades 7 through 12 to ensure that students remain in school. Currently, there are 8.5 dropout prevention specialists, and they are allocated on a needs-based model using the following metrics, which is prior year enrollment numbers, historical dropout rates for each school, as well as chronic absenteeism and truancy data. Our enrollment ambassadors strengthen student retention and family engagement across the Unified School District. We have 4 enrollment ambassadors, and they have a twofold focus. They are focusing on exit insights and recovery, looking at withdrawal data to identify why students are leaving the district or they're choosing to go elsewhere. And also a proactive site support where they collaborate with school teams to identify retention risks and provide support. So the administrative recommendation for this bullet is we need more time to really look at the needs, and so we're going to review it further this year. The focus this year is to support our school community liaisons within the district's attendance and enrollment initiative. We want to assess what support they may need before adding more staff and where would we add them to. And also to address the need to increase credit recovery options, we plan on launching an afternoon credit recovery program at the beginning of the spring semester of 2027. So in summary, our recommendations are to, we recommend establishing a hub system to support families and students with transportation to DAPE, Project Moore, and Teenage Parent High School. We also recommend creating a marketing plan with our media and communications department with outreach strategies to focus on partnership and flexibility, highlighting our resources. For recommendation number 3, we do not recommend adding additional staffing at Project Moore. And recommendation number 4, we do not recommend additional enrollment ambassador or dropout prevention staff.
Thank you, Dr. Nunez, and I think you have a presentation by Mr. Hernandez on some of the financials.
Yeah, different presentation. All right. Good evening, board members. So I have a financial review on some of these recommendations that have been provided. What'd you do? Man. Just don't touch it anymore. I have no idea either. Yeah, it works. All right. So recommendation number 1 on the transportation expansion options. So this is obviously, most of these are dependent on the situation, the circumstance that ultimately the department would like to implement. So if we're using existing drivers and existing routes to DAPE, to Project More, to TAP, so the cost would only be the additional cost for fuel, right? Because we're already using existing routes, existing drivers, there would not be above and beyond. Now, if new drivers were required to provide additional routes, assuming that there is one route for each program, otherwise, we're talking about 3 additional drivers. It depends on whether we're using a certified CDL driver or a non-CDL certified driver. So that's when the cost will range, right? So if we're using non-CDL drivers, we're talking about $94,000 because we'd be using 3. Upwards of almost $118,000 if we're using fully certified CDL drivers. And ultimately, we would not be generating additional transportation aid for transporting these students. At this point, we are continuing to be capped at the transportation revenue control limit unless we have a dramatic increase based on the numbers of students that are being transported at these 3 different programs. This would not have an effect on the transportation aid that we receive, so we would have to absorb any additional costs for providing additional transportation options. For number 2, so this is kind of a 2-parter. So I know that there was a recommendation to allow ESA or Empowerment Scholarship account students, as well as homeschool students to access individual courses. So the tuition rates would be the fractional cost of a teacher, the admin expenses, the overhead, and the material costs. So if we're talking about one class at the full tuition rate, we're talking about just under $2,000. Obviously, that's subject to change and subject to board approval. ESA students would be able to participate in individual courses. They would not be able to enroll full-time into USD. Otherwise, they would risk losing their empowerment scholarship. We would need to get approval from the board separately for an enrollment and attendance criteria policy, as well as approving an individual tuition schedule for this to happen, so that we can make sure that as we enroll these students, we're following a specific policy and practice that the board approves. Any tuition that we receive would generate additional budget capacity in M&O and capital. Now, homeschool students can't enroll in public school altogether. They could enroll in individual courses like their ESA counterparts. Homeschool students, though, are not eligible for ESAs. You're either a full homeschool student or you're an ESA student. But this would not be an additional cost because we would actually generate revenue from tuition to offset the cost of operating that class. Now, we wouldn't be creating new classes. They would be participating in existing courses and just taking empty seats as long as they're not displacing resident TUSD students or open enrolled students. They obviously get the priority in our courses. The mandatory DAPE attendance, so there are no additional costs incurred by the district if we make DAPE mandatory as part of an abeyance contract because those courses have already been established. If we're opening up additional sections because now we're increasing the number of students who are going to be part of DAPE, depending on the number of sections that you're opening, one teacher is approximately $75,000. That's all in costs, right? So that's base salary. We'd have to provide them the supplemental pay from 301, and we'd have to provide them benefits. So it's based on whatever caps and enrollment criteria that the DAPE program has. Now, additional operating costs would also be dependent on whether we provide those students more funding or we provide more resources, right? So we're only talking about the teacher at this point, but if there are other resources like instructional aids, any technology, any furniture to open up new sections that aren't already funded, that would be an above and beyond cost that would be dependent based on the number of students. So there's really no way to calculate that. So the number of students, or those students who are put into DAPE, have to continue to be enrolled in their TUSD school in order for us to continue to generate average daily membership, right? DAPE is not a school, right? It is a program. So they would actually have to be, for example, a Pueblo High School student who is participating in DAPE as part of a long-term suspension, for example. But they are technically a Pueblo High School student, and the student would still be tied to a TUSD school. That's the only way we generate ADM, unless the board approves a separate alternative education program that ultimately is approved by the State Board of Education. That is a completely different process than this. But it's $75,000 for every new DAPE section if you have a fully certified teacher at the head of the class. Now, the additional Project More staffing, there were recommendations to provide an elective or a fine arts teacher, a social worker, and a couple of instructional aides for ELD and XED. So this is the breakdown that we have. Like I mentioned in the previous slide, every new teacher is $75,000. So if we provide an elective, whatever that may be, or a fine arts teacher, that's $75,000. We're already providing a social worker. Under the M&O override, every high school, which includes Project More, is receiving a social worker. That person is already in place. In fact, they've already been hired, so there is a social worker already on contract at Project More. Instructional aides, they get paid differently. ELD versus XED, we have a higher rate of pay for XED TAs than we have for ELD or bilingual TAs, as we call them. So that would range, if we include the cost of an additional social worker on top of what's already there, it could be as high as $201,000. But if you exclude the social worker and you want to do the other options, it's approximately $143,000 that we would need in order to fund the teacher and the instructional aides. Finally, the enrollment ambassadors, the dropout prevention staff, and the credit recovery courses. So every dropout prevention specialist, on average, costs about $57,000 all in. That is based on the average salary that we currently have for the current existing dropout prevention specialists. Now, dropout prevention is funded through a property tax. If you recall, if you hopefully paid attention to my property tax presentation, there is a levy for dropout prevention that generates $767,000 annually. We use those funds to fund these positions. So if we want more positions, we have to increase the property tax levy potentially. So there is a property tax implication around those positions. An enrollment ambassador, it's about $84,000 per enrollment ambassador. As Dr. Nunez presented, we already have enrollment ambassadors. We have 4 of them that work across the district. Their work is exit strategy, right? If a student is looking to leave the district, why are they looking to leave, and trying to retain them? They're not really in the position to recruit students. That's really not what we're doing. That's what part of that school community liaison objective is to try to bring and keep students in. Now, credit recovery courses, it's about $15,000 per course section. It's about a 0.2 FTE. So just as, for your edification, we already allocate about $427,000 to provide credit recovery courses at all high schools. So we currently have 34 sections funded at every high school, with the exception of Innovation Tech, Project More, and TAP. So those courses are already there. This was an initiative that was started under ESSER. It continued under Frank Armenta's department, and it's continuing under Dr. Nunez's leadership. So if we want to open up additional sections of credit recovery, assuming we're doing 10 sections of credit recovery, the price tag for this specific recommendation could be as high as $291,000. Again, you have a menu of options. I'm providing you the costs. It depends on what recommendations you ultimately want to entertain to decide what you want to fund. With that, we will take questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. And thank you for your presentation, Ms. Dr. Nunez. All right, we have some proposals from the Alternative Education Advisory Committee and some staff recommendations. Questions, comments? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you both for the presentation. I'm not sure if Ms. Chu, if you wanted to add anything? No pressure.
Hi. So I think, we did take a break last month, but we'll meet again. So depending on how the board votes today, we can always have Mr. Hernandez and Dr. Nunez come and present more with us, and we can come up with different recommendations. But I do know that And with transportation, that is something that we really were discussing as something that we would really like to see approved. And financially, I know even last time when I came to present, Dr. Trujillo had also given some other ideas, which I don't think I heard Mr. Hernandez talking about today. And I don't remember the term, but it wasn't using, it was, do you know what I'm talking about, Dr. Trujillo?
Transportation?
Yes, you had
Hubs.
mentioned something else.
Using hubs.
Okay, so maybe that was what it was. And then the other thing we wanted to bring up too was, and I know we discussed it last time, was making date mandatory. And as you had your discussion, mandatory is probably not the right word. Legally, like we hadn't talked with Mr. Ross about that either. But we do think that it's a valuable way for students to receive the supports that they might otherwise not receive. So we would, I think the committee would like if you were able to revisit that again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chu. So I do have a couple questions for Dr. Nunez and Mr. Hernandez. First, Dr. Nunez, so currently Project More students aren't receiving any art education.
That is correct.
Okay.
Unless they get it through the Apex platform. But we do not have a designated art teacher.
Okay, and then our virtual students, our TUVA students, they get art ed, right?
TUVA?
Yes.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, great. Well, it's unfortunate that the administration isn't recommending approving that. I do think it's important for all of our programs like this to have some aspect of art education, whether it's a full-time teacher or a floating teacher for Project More, TAP, and DAPE. I think, one FTE who can float throughout the week to all DAPE sites, Project More, and TAP could be really, really helpful for the students. It can be an engaging way for them to, experience something different in their day or in their week. So I would like to encourage my colleagues on the governing board to consider approving that recommendation, as well as transportation, which it seems like we're all on board for. I think that's a given, that transportation should be mandatory, especially for our most at-risk students. So I'm very happy that administration is also approving of that recommendation. For Mr. Hernandez, I do have a question about the levy. You said that the levy to hire more dropout prevention staff would possibly require us to expand or increase a property tax to generate revenue for that specific position. But is it true that we can't just hire other people for that position?
You can hire people for that position, but we would have to find a different source of funding. Right now, the source of funding for those individuals for that program is that property tax.
Okay. And so our administration can't touch dropout prevention's money, right?
That property tax money, no. It's fully dedicated for dropout prevention, and that's exactly where it's been allocated to.
Okay, great. Because I know like a couple months ago, some of that money was reallocated, but glad it's back in their pot. Let's see. Even for the transportation thing, though, where's my notes on that? Well, like if I thought that the whole point of pushing all of the starting times for those programs would be so that we can save money in providing transportation to some people in case, like, say a school starts at 7 and then the bus driver does all of their work and then they go to Project More or elsewhere. Like, would we be able to save if like one staff member can do all?
Yeah,
all of
and
the
so
stuff?
that was the first bullet point on the transportation. If we're using an existing driver on an existing route, and yeah, as long as the bell schedules all fit, then there is no added cost. It's only if you're adding additional routes with additional drivers, then at that point we're incurring an additional expense. But based on the hub model, it sounds like what we're doing is we're just using a driver that's already on the same route, and they're just gonna do multiple pickups. So then there would be no added expense because we're already paying that driver to do that work.
I see. And then as far as like the credit recovery, I know there was some confusion about having like, does high school, all of our high schools have credit recovery? It seems that they do, barring, Innovation Tech, Project More, and TAP. But do those students not have any sort of access to credit recovery?
They have access to the credit recovery. I can't speak to how they are assigned or when they're assigned to those specific courses, but every single high school has multiple sections, and the principals ultimately decide how many, and sometimes they're either individual, like a teacher doing individual sections, sometimes it's a full teacher doing it all day, every day. So every principal, every school designs it separately depending on the needs, but I couldn't talk about how those students get enrolled.
Because that didn't make sense to me, because I could have sworn that they did have credit recovery. Dr. Trio?
Yeah, I want to kind of differentiate what credit recovery is versus an alternative academic session, right? And so one of the goals that we have, and Dr. Nunez and I are going to be meeting on in her team, is not just credit recovery, but the establishment of an alternative academic schedule that might take place later in the day to deal with truancy and absenteeism, so we can start moving students where the morning schedule isn't working, start moving them into an afternoon option, but giving them live instruction. So different from you're on the computer, you're doing sections that might be during the school day. The goal here is to establish an alternative learning session that features in-person instruction and that ideally takes the student before loss of credit. So as we see the absences are accruing, as we see the grades are plummeting, we're swooping in, we're moving, and hopefully we're heading off loss of credit while the academic session is still going. So that's something I previewed in sort of my overall enrollment stabilization strategy. We're looking forward to bringing that proposal forward a little bit later. We just don't want to confuse it with credit recovery, right? Where the credit is already lost, you're going to sit in the summer school, or you have credit recovery sections, which a lot of them, I think, are using Apex, which is the online. And we want to move away from that and actually move to an in-person model that happens a little bit later in the day to deal with some of the absenteeism that we're seeing.
Well, thank you for clarifying, Dr. Trujillo. I think that's an important point. Like, Project More is a wonderful school, and I think it'll only get better if we increase staffing and really build them up so that they have the capacity, and parents won't feel any sort of way like that their child isn't getting like half of a high school experience. You know what I mean? Like, giving them all of that, like the full menu of education.
Ms. Shaw, can we explore the arts program a little bit more?
Yeah.
I was thinking about it after your comments. We know that art can be very therapeutic for some of our students, especially those that are struggling with mental health and addiction and other issues that might lead them to be needing DAPE and be suspended and being in Project More. I know we have override money that is designated towards art teachers and fine arts. Thinking music might not be appropriate for like a short-term part that DAPE is, or for students are only in Project More a year or two, but maybe like a visual arts might be something. And with the number of students we have, an itinerant option probably won't be very costly and might help engage students and offer some therapy, maybe with the TAP parents, something you can do with their toddler children as well.
Right.
What would that look like in terms of itinerant model for those programs? I know we have some smaller schools around Project More, around Mary Meredith, around TAP, and around some of the DAPE programs. Like, I mean, the DAPE programs are already in schools. Is there any way that we can, even not even spend any money, use the resources we already have to try to itinerant some of those teachers from fine arts into those classrooms so that we can offer some of those programs?
I mean, that's a conversation we can have with Dr. Ashcraft, right? She is the one who ultimately allocates and all the different fine arts teachers, design team artists, and what have you across the campus. Just real quickly on the override fine arts teachers have all been allocated. So there are 14 positions. Dr. Ashcraft has placed those individuals across the district. But in terms of what exists within the individual campuses, I mean, that would be certainly something that we could talk to Dr. Ashcraft about exploring, so that it's not an additional expense, but ultimately she's the expert in how make sure that fidelity with the fine arts piece is met.
Dr. Shaw.
Me. I think it's important. I agree with my colleagues that each school have access to art. That's something that we promised our community that we would have available to them. So I do agree with my colleagues. And if I could ask a question, I'm not sure if you're done, Dr. Shaw.
Go ahead.
I know that it says that we have a 0.5 counselor at TAP and at Project More. I believe that needs to be 1-to-1. So I would like to see maybe next year we have a counselor at Project More and at TAP, because with the principal going back and forth between two campuses, I believe we need to have someone who's there all of the time, because emergencies arise and he can't be at two places at once.
We'll work with the those recommendations about placements with counseling will work with the counseling department in terms of what they ultimately suggested, but we can certainly work with them on increasing each one to one full FTE.
I mean, it's a specialized community.
Yeah.
I feel like a counselor is needed at both campuses. Sure. And I do support having transportation hubs for individuals to be transported to, Project More, TAP, and to DAPE. So, I think if transportation can work some magic, I think we can make that possible too.
Go ahead, Ms. Luna Rose.
And it'd help if it was on. Thank you so much. Dr. Nunez, I have a question. I want to go back out to the dropout prevention specialists. So, we've seen in the media recently about our chronic absenteeism rates and things, and there's so many variables on why that happens. So there's just not one particular, we're a huge district, and so I want to know a little bit more on how, what are you seeing in terms of these dropout prevention specialists? Like, are they going to the homes? Are they meeting kids where they are? I love the transportation piece. Are they riding the bus? Like, I kind of want to know a little bit more about that.
So they do both. So they meet with students who are falling behind in terms of attendance and all of those pieces. They do a student conference, and then if they still can't get students engaged at that point, then they make home visits. So it's basically on a case management component that they use. And so right now they're looking at about 50 students per, just to kind of get a feel for where the needs are. But they are looking at student conferencing, making sure that they build a relationship with the student, and then also if there's more of a need, then they do go out to the home to visit and see if there's any other needs that we may be able to support them with through our family resource centers.
Okay. And then I have a question for Mr. Hernandez. Sorry, I know you just sat down. So I wanted to hit on transportation, because some people are going to see this presentation and be like, oh, that's a lot of money, when in reality it's not. Mm-hmm. And I know we just approved a contract for ASME, so I'm assuming, and maybe it's more Dr. Trujillo, that we're making sure that our bus drivers are they dedicated strictly for this, or is it just more of the regular pool of bus drivers?
Well, we would have to examine route. We'd have to look at the need for ridership. We'd have to look at how many families would opt in. Then we'd have to set up hubs in amenable locations. The immediate default is you catch a hub at your local home school, and that will take you right into Moore or TAP. That's a natural for us to do because it's a compromise point where a family, it's probably going to be easier for them to get to their nearest home school where we already have routes coming in and out. So that's probably going to be the main core of the establishment of the hubs, is looking at where the home schools are and then running routes that are already existing, so you don't put existing pressure on bus drivers by creating new additional routes. So that's going to be one of our primary strategies. Probably also using smaller fleet vehicles to be able to do this, vans and small passenger buses.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Romero.
All right. Well, There are so many different things going on and so different many angles. I don't know where to start. We're talking about Project More, more staffing. What is our ultimate purpose with Project More? Are we looking for more students? What is our definition of them? Because they are a specialty type of a high school that we have, just like TAP is also. So are we looking to increase enrollment there to accommodate that? And then I don't know if with Mr. Hernandez, cost-wise, how much money we're getting for 44 students that we have going to Project More. Yes, I agree. We don't have enough staff, like Izzy going back and forth to TAP and to Project More. And he told me a situation where he had a child that the parents gave their child too much something for a cold. And he was fortunate to be there, was able to, calm the parent down, get the kid to be resuscitated, things of that nature. And he can't be at both places. And if we're expecting to focus somewhere on TAP to do what they're doing over there, because we can't combine those two campuses at all. They're totally separate. But what are we trying to make Project More to be? Are we trying to make it a different alternative high school? But we need to have those two different conversations. Izzy's doing a good job for what he has, but those are two different things like we had with Mary Meredith we talked about earlier today too. It's a specialty school that we have within our district. We couldn't expect Izzy to do all three. Why are we not giving each school its own autonomy just because they don't have those students to better serve them? And I understand, talking about the art aspect of it, but if we're going to have this conversation about Project More, first of all, I think we need to define what we're looking to do, because 44 students is very difficult to just kind of throw more people at and hoping this is going to fix a problem. What's the data? What are we looking at this one? So maybe we can get a definition of what our purpose of Project More is moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. So our Project More principal, Mr. Macias, is working at recruiting students from other high schools, and this transportation component would really support that. Mainly because if we have a student, let's just say at Palo Verde or Catalina, that's quite a stretch to get a student from those campuses to Project More, mainly because right now we all know that public transportation isn't the safest way to get students to school. Although some parents still do use public transportation, the parents that we've spoken to just aren't willing to put their child on a public bus. So we are trying to recruit students. We have had discussions with Mr. Macias about increasing the enrollment at Project More, as well as increasing the grade level band, increasing it from, right now we have mostly 11th and 12th graders, increasing it out to freshmen, sophomores as well.
So based on that, I guess, if we're going to be doing increased enrollment, all we're going to be doing is, like you mentioned, Catalina or Rincons, we're just taking students from other schools here. So we're really not increasing students from other districts. We're just taking from one of our schools to another school to have them do over here. I guess I just need to find out, what do we really want Project More to be? What is its purpose? Or is it to get more students, or is it to focus on these specialized students?
It's both. It's to get more students, whether it's from our district with students who are not finding success at a traditional high school, but also to recruit outside of the district as well.
And then I guess maybe what are we doing to advocate for this? Because we have TUVA, which has got a purpose. And we have, that's one of our biggest schools now, because we designed a purpose for TUVA. Those people that want to learn in that environment can, and we can bring people on in, and it's done great things, especially in a world where people can achieve these things online. I just don't see that we have a laser focused purpose on what we're trying to do here with Project More, other than let's add more students, add more staff. It doesn't have a strong enough direction for me to say, yes, let's get more people involved here. How do we do this? Because I don't see a roadmap for where we're trying to go on that. When it comes to the revamping of the credit recovery, and I know Dr. Trujillo mentioned this, what does this in-school thing look like? And we need to, I think, also figure that out also, as opposed to the online credit recovery like it's been in the past. And how do we change that and implement that? I think a lot of this with the alternative education, when we have that in place, a lot of these other things might be fixed where we don't have to do some of these other things that we are in need of. And I don't see the numbers, again, if only 40% of the kids are going to DAPE, and that means 60% are not doing whatever else that they're doing. And we know we talked about the mandatory aspect and how that's terrible wording as far as that goes. But what data is showing that their students are going to succeed if they go to that? We don't have those numbers. We don't have a good roadmap, in my opinion, to show these things are moving in a positive direction. And these 40 students the last time, they're from all over the district. Yeah, they can go to different hubs, but one semester it's you're getting 3 from this area, another 2 from this other area. It's non-consistent as far as that goes. So it's always going to be changing on how that goes with the kids. Again, I want to make it accessible for them, because if the data is showing that 60% of these kids are not going to DAPE and rather staying home or doing whatever, is the data showing is because there isn't transportation, or is it showing that the data isn't saying that it's doing an improvement for their students' academics, and so they're better off going, staying at home and learning something on else. Also, some of the things it talks about the enrollment ambassadors, and I've talked to many principals, and I understand, we're hearing what they're supposed to be doing, but we have a lot of students currently that are falling through the cracks because our principals, our high school principals, are telling me they are not doing their job. We have too many students that are falling through the cracks, and they're not covering them, and they're asking high school administration to do some of their legwork, and they're not there present all the time. This isn't 1 or 2 high schools. This is the majority of our high schools that I visited, and I visited them, all of them, multiple times. What are we doing to improve that? There's so many different holes in this bucket. We need to focus on the lowest hanging fruit. How do we fix that, and then move on to the next one? What recommendation 2? That's actually one that I love, and I don't know if this is something that other school districts are doing, grabbing in students that are homeschooled or using the funds and charging the tuition. We're making some money for these students that don't have that option. Option 2 I think is phenomenal. I whoever thought of that idea, I want to congratulate them for thinking outside the box and doing something for students, because this also gives them an opportunity to maybe say, maybe I want to send my kid to a TUSD high school. These are the programs that we have. How are we advocating, and once we get them here for that, to say, hey, there's other things that are available to you, come back to our public schools. So I see a lot of these things. There's just so many questions that I have on all these different things that I kind of went on through. But I think we need to focus on some of the things first and have a better roadmap. This is great ideas. I just need better details on how we're going to accomplish these things.
Dr. Shaw?
Go ahead, Ms. Luna Rose.
It was me.
Oh, Ms. Ekstrom, sorry.
Thank you. I see what you're saying, but I also believe that if, we're trying to graduate kids, that it's important to have alternative education means. And so I think if we have one success, that we're successful. And so it's not always about making money or, that kind of thing. I think we need to focus on, if we're doing a 4-day pilot program at Palo Verde, then maybe we need to do these pilot programs in these alternative education settings to see if we can be successful. I was talking to Dr. Shaw, and he was saying, why are we promoting TUVA all over the state? That is something that we probably should be doing, because we probably could get kids from throughout the state. And so I think if we start to think outside the box, we start to change things, and maybe we do a pilot program and see what happens and go from there. But I agree. I mean, I feel like we need to make data-driven decisions, but if we continue doing the same things that we're doing, we're not going to see improvement. And so I think
we're trying to make sure that kids are graduating, providing an alternative setting for kids who can't, do it in a regular high school. Maybe we grow the program. I don't know what that looks like, but I think we need to start talking about these ideas because doing the same thing isn't working.
And I 100% agree with you. And I think one of the things that Paul already did with their pilot program, they did the homework. Came with the things, the charts, the everything, gave us a plan, gave us something that we can grasp and see and why to do these types of things. What we're doing here, if we want to make things with Project More, we don't have a plan like what Paul already did. And yes, we can put together a pilot program, what that really looks like, and put some metrics on it, and what data we're going to judge these things on to see if it's going to work for other things. We've done this before. Paul already, K6, whatever the case may be. We can do these things, but we just need stronger, I think in this situation, something strong, like what Paul already did. But I'm 100% agreeing with you. If we continue to do the same things, we're going to continue to get the same results because that's where we're at. Like I said, I want to see this succeed. I always want to see these things succeed. But if we don't have the proper roadmap and the tools and the goals and what we're measured by, then how are we going to know if it's a success versus just throwing money at something and hoping we get different results?
Well, I'll add a couple things. So I think with Project More, you're asking about, going to other high schools and what's the point of Project More. And I think one of the goals of alternative education is recognizing that our traditional format of schooling, especially in the high school when kids are in adolescence, doesn't work for everyone. And yeah, I've always been talking about we shouldn't cannibalize other high schools to feed one other high school if we're not making the same amount of money and pool that we're using differently. And obviously, let's go to other high schools, other places in the community to try to recruit some of these students for Project More. But I think doing a better job of looking at our bigger high schools and the students that are struggling at Tucson High and Cholla and Pueblo and so on and so forth, and finding which of these students that are struggling with disciplinary issues, with behavioral issues and other things might have a better opportunity and better success at Project More as opposed to the traditional high school setting. And I think we can do a better job of looking and figuring out those students so that even though there's no change in base funding for the district and it's more expensive to educate these kids at Project More because of the number of resources we have per student, this will hopefully help build success for those students better than we can in our traditional schools. I think other thing I'm hearing from you, Mr. Romero, is that our credit recovery and all these other programs that we have, it's not that we don't have enough adults, it's that we need to use the adults better that we have and be more successful with the adults that we have, make sure that we're training them, supervising them, setting goals for them so that we are more successful with these programs, because we're spending, how many, hundreds of millions of dollars on, non-classroom adults, not that much, but we're spending a lot of money on adults that are not directly teaching kids in the classroom, but are working on, community liaisons and supporting them, helping their issues of poverty, helping with credit recovery, helping counsel and do other things. Are we using those funding resources in the most effective way?
And Natalie says this a lot, that we have good kids in our district, and she's 100% right. We all believe that up over here. And it's not our kids that I think are failing. I think some of our systems are failing our students. And I think that's kind of what we need to look at. What are those systems and how can we make them better? Because we have phenomenal kids in our district. And that too. So again, like I said, maybe just a little bit overly passionate on this one. I want to see these kids succeed. I don't want to just spend money and make these programs without the ultimate goal, our kids, because ultimately they're going to be the future of our community. We need to give them the best education possible as a district.
So I'll make a motion tonight to kind of get the ball rolling here. So my motion will approve the administrative recommendations on transportation and number two, how to distribute information to homeschool families, including potential tuition structure development, along with a recommendation from the board to strategize on how to use our fine arts department a little more effectively so that we can offer some visual arts to our alternative education students, including Day, Project More, TAP, and potentially Mary Meredith as well, if appropriate. as well as looking at counselor ratios to ensure that we have the appropriate needs met for some of these high-risk students.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by myself and a second by Ms. Shaw, and I don't see any further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right, item passes 5-0. Again, thank you, Dr.
you.
Nunez, for
Thank you
all
so
the work
much.
behind this, for our committee chair, Chu, for being here tonight and seeing it through. I look forward to this coming back to the committee as we implement this program in the weeks and months ahead, and hopefully we'll get some great ideas as we continue to meet this high needs student population's needs.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
All right, so that was a great discussion, and I really appreciate the discussion we were able to have to how to meet the needs of these students. We're going to turn our attention to a different topic here, another committee, internal audit charter. So our audit committee met a few weeks ago. We welcome our new internal auditor, Paul Houston, to the podium. And during our audit committee meeting a few weeks ago, we focused a lot of our meeting on recommendations that we'll be seeing tonight from Mr. Houston on updates from internal audit charter. This is different than the audit committee charter. This is not to be confused with the audit committee charter. This is a charter that was created a while back for the internal auditor specifically that Mr. Houston updated. We had a chance as an audit committee to do some wordsmithing and do some updates to it to make sure it made sense for our district needs, as well as his audit plan for the year ahead, which I'm really excited about getting this started if approved by the governing board tonight. Mr. Houston.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Thank you, Governing Board and Dr. Tejil, Mr. Ross. So today I am here to review the three items, one being the internal audit charter, the internal audit independence statement, and then the school year 2026-2027 internal audit plan. I'll highlight a few items off of each. If there's questions, we can discuss. The Governing Board reestablished the internal audit activity on March 16, 2026. The audit charter defines the internal audit activity's role and responsibilities. This charter and the audit plan will be approved in July of each year by the Governing Board. To highlight the different areas in the audit charter, one, you start with the mission and purpose. We talk about professionalism, authority, organization and reporting structure, scope of internal audit activities, which include financial integrity, compliance, asset safeguarding, operational efficiency. Next, we go into the audit plan, which we'll review more in detail in just a moment. The one item that is really changed in the audit, in the audit charter this year is quality assurance and improvement program. So that program is now going to be implemented in this plan. And then lastly, we'll be continuing the professional development of the internal auditor. So that really concludes the internal audit charter. Any questions on the internal audit charter? All right. We'll move into the internal audit independence statement. The purpose, to ensure the credibility and reliability of audit results, internal audit must remain independent of the activities it audits. This policy defines the structural and individual requirements for maintaining that independence within Tucson Unified School District. Some highlights from this document: organizational independence, reporting to the governing board, authority and unrestricted access, restrictions on auditor activity, and then lastly, non-interference clause. And down below, you will see a certificate of independence. And so if approved, then I will sign that I do not have any conflicts with my independence and sign this document each year. Any questions on internal audit for independence statement?
So again, these aren't new documents, they're updates from existing documents.
These are updates from existing
Yes,
documents.
go ahead,
Correct.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for your presentation and your work, Mr. Houston. The certification of independence, so you said that that happens each year?
Each year.
Rather than after or concluding each report that you make?
So from the initial piece, every year I certify that I am independent, and so that's the main document. In each report, I still remain independent, but I don't really certify that on each one of the reports.
I see. And if there is any issue during any of your investigations, I assume that you will report to the governing board and let us know.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
With that question also, I think the last attachment that you presented on, and so how are you going to reach out to us? Like if we're the one body that you report to, I assume after each report, I saw the schedule, you'll be sending it to us via email. But can you talk more about like the back and forth that we will be having with you and the governing board?
Yes, so I can. So what I will initially do is meet with each individuals from each audit team. So we'll do a preliminary report. We'll discuss those issues before they go outside of the audit team and the individuals being audited. Once a final report is being drafted, I'll also have conversations with the audit committee, and then those reports will be sent or emailed or whatever process that we decide. We'll send those out to the board once those are completed. So it's a three-step process. Your preliminary report, your final report, and then submit it to superintendent, board, and everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Romero.
So,
Check. All right. And Mr. Rob Ross, you might be in on this question here also. So I'm just looking up the org chart for TUSD that was modified or updated 3/26/24. I don't see on here internal auditor on our org chart unless I am totally missing it. I remember beforehand when your predecessor was here, when that original org chart was there was an internal auditor line going from the governing board off to the side, whereas right now governing board, superintendent, and everybody else down below, and the internal auditor at one point was off to the side on over there. Are we updating our org chart? Is this need to be refreshed? Or maybe Rob Ross, you can give me an idea. Am I missing the newest one? Because mine says 23/24. I can't find anything newer.
I've seen in the last couple of months several versions of the org chart that Human Resources is working on. I don't know what the status of that is, but definitely Mr. Houston and I, we deserve to be off to the side.
I agree. Both super sides. I just wanted to make sure that what we're talking about here is kind of also in that org chart so that people can see, because I know we had some issues with a predecessor of yours, Mr. Houston. So I just want to make sure that, again, your independence is key on these types of things, and that the voting public of our community also knows this. So thank you.
Thank you.
And there's one more document, is our plan for the audits this year, right?
That is correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So from an internal audit plan for school year 26-27, the executive summary here is the goal of this independent audit plan is to add value, drive continuous improvement across district operations. Through independent assurance and advisory reviews, the plan strengthens risk management and internal controls, safeguarding public funds, and ensuring all resources are used efficiently in regulatory alignment and to support student success. So as we go into the actual proposed audit schedule, beginning in August, if approved, we'll start with transportation and fuel. I've allocated about 4 to 6 weeks to review that. Along with that, I'm going to do a follow-up on a 2023 audit for school safety and make sure that those recommendations have been placed as well. And I've already had initial conversations with the school safety team, and they're fine with that as well. October, we'll look to move into furniture and equipment. We have 8 weeks there. And the reason for that is we've had a significant increase in furniture and fixtures from 2025 to 2026. And so there may be more detail and information we need to do to true up that program. And then starting in January, we'll look at payroll and overtime pay, accounts payable, bond fund oversight, and hopefully finish up the school year with enrollment ADA. And that's all I have for the audit plan. Any questions around the audit plan?
Go ahead, Ms. Lynn Rose.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Houston.
Hello.
Notice you're wearing the chucks.
I'm wearing the chucks. Yes.
Matchy, matchy. I like it.
Thank you.
Quick question. And I know that, you know, these reports will come to us and, you know, in the past, they've been put on the district website. And I just want to make sure that they are presented in a way that the general public can truly understand, because I feel like past reports were maybe a little convoluted.
Yes.
And even for me, and you know, we sit and we read a lot of policy documents all the time. I just felt like sometimes they seemed daunting.
Okay.
So I just kind of want to make sure that they are as accessible as possible to our community.
Well, one of the things I've talked about, even with audit committee and Dr. Shaw, is I want to simplify the process. And so there shouldn't be huge reports that probably extend out in areas that, you know, we probably shouldn't extend to. I want to look at a simplified roadmap to show exactly what the recommendations are, what the risks are, and then maybe some possible cost savings if they're there, right? So it will be more of a simplified matrix that's from an executive summary standpoint, and then we'll have a little more detail behind it if there's other questions and individuals who want to dig more. But my goal is really to have that executive summary so an individual can look and see the things that we reviewed, the challenges, any recommendations, risks, and can move forward. If you only want to read that section, you'll probably get a recap of everything we've done.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move to accept the items presented tonight, the internal audit charter, the independence statement, and the audit plan for the 26-27 school year.
Second.
Item moved by myself and seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. The item passes 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, looking forward to the work you're going to do, Mr. Houston.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think that was our last of our action items. We're going to be going to item 9.1, the TUSD preschool and community schools financial update for the 26-27 school year.
Members of the board, I want to welcome our director for our community schools before and after school programming, as well as our pre-K programming throughout the district, Mrs. Reem Kievit, and her program coordinator, Andrea Houston, is here. There'll also be some financial technical support and referencing provided by our chief financial officer, Ricky Hernandez. Just as of note, if you're watching in the community or you're here in attendance, just a reminder that our community schools programs, they are designed to be self-sustaining financially. So they're funded totally from the tuition that they bring in, our before and after school and our tuition-based preschool. Mrs. Kievit?
Thank you. Good evening, President Shaw, distinguished board members, and Dr. Trujillo. Tonight, I'd like to provide an overview of the community schools and pre-K department. We'll review our programs, current enrollment, funding sources, financial challenges, and the work already underway to ensure these programs remain sustainable for families well into the future. This is a visual summary of all the services our department currently offers and the current capacity for those services available within each program. Many people don't realize how large our department actually is. Collectively, these programs serve more than 2,000 students annually across Tucson. Our work begins with infants as young as 6 weeks and continues through 6th grade. These programs support kinder readiness, provide childcare for working families, allowing families to remain employed, create safe after-school environments, and support the district by helping recruit and retain employees who rely on dependable childcare. While each program operates differently, together they form one continuum of support for families. This summarizes our current enrollment for the upcoming school year so far. Placement is ongoing. Overall, demand for our programs remains strong. Some people already have wait lists, while others continue filling as families complete registration throughout the summer. When we look at available seats, it's important to note that not every open seat represents low demand. We are still working on contacting and placing families. Also, full transparency, many families simply cannot afford tuition without assistance. While others remain on DS childcare wait lists, our challenge is not convincing families to enroll. It is making programs financially accessible while remaining sustainable. One encouraging indicator is our kinder retention survey. More than 82% of responding preschool families intend to remain in TUSD for kinder. That tells us families value the education and care their children receive in our programs. Another important takeaway is that nearly 19% of families simply just needed assistance completing registration. That highlights an opportunity for us to continue improving communication and customer service, which we have done in partnership with our wonderful enrollment ambassadors. They were given all this information and reached out to families to assist them with completing the registration process and answering any questions that they had. Here we're illustrating how our inclusive preschool program is funded. While salaries and benefits are largely supported through Title I and XED and M&O funding, many operational expenses were historically covered through our Title I and XED allocations. About 5 years ago, our Title I allocation was effectively frozen. Although payroll and benefits and other operating costs continue to increase each year, our Title I funding did not. As payroll consumed a larger share of those fixed dollars, there were no longer sufficient Title I funds available to support operational expenses beyond salaries and benefits. Those expenses include classroom materials, licensing fees, technology, PD, instructional resources, furniture, field trips, playground equipment, instructional aids, and so on. Today, as Quality First funding has declined by approximately 70%, we have lost the primary funding source that has supported those essential operational costs. Moving forward, we must identify new, sustainable funding sources to maintain the quality of our programs, hopefully without shifting those costs to families or reducing services. First Things First is funded through Arizona's tobacco tax. As tobacco use has steadily declined over time, so has funding available for Quality First. As a result, our department has experienced, as I said, about 70% reduction in Quality First funding. While we still have reserves available, those funds must be managed carefully as we plan for long-term sustainability. Oops, that should have been that, I'm sorry. Okay, next slide. PEEPS continues to be one of our highest demand preschool programs. Last year, every classroom filled, and we maintained a wait list of over 120 children. We fully expect enrollment to reach capacity again this fall with another wait list. This again demonstrates that families value affordable, high-quality preschool opportunities. Again, our challenge is not demand, it is ensuring sustainable funding for operations. The funding we receive for PEEPS covers payroll and benefits, but our Quality First funding has been covering all additional expenses associated with providing high-quality pre-K programming. Our tuition-based programs rely on several different funding sources working together. Family tuition remains the largest source of revenue. Another funding source, DES assistance, has become increasingly difficult for families to access because of a statewide waiting list. I do want to note one update since this presentation was submitted around our Quality First allocations. Quality First scholarships have decreased from 52 scholarships at our tuition programs, which are the ILCs and tuition pre-K programs, to 16 for this upcoming school year. Again, a 70% decrease here. The board-approved override scholarships have now become an incredibly important resource for helping families access these services at our ILCs and tuition pre-K programs. The override funds have been divided into thirds to support all of our tuition programs, and since submitting this presentation, we have qualified even more families and are processing many more applications. One thing I want to emphasize is that scholarships are an extremely cost-effective way to increase access. We are filling existing licensed seats, not building new classrooms. That means every scholarship dollar goes directly towards serving children instead of infrastructure. Statewide, nearly 8,000 families and over 13,000 children remain on the DES child care wait list. Those families still need child care in order to work. Unfortunately, without child care assistance, many simply cannot afford care at our ILCs and tuition, pre-K, and after-school programs. Our tuition programs help bridge that gap, but growing financial pressures make it increasingly difficult to do so without additional support. TUSD's programs are filling a critical gap. Each of our programs has a different funding model. While the funding sources differ, a common theme has emerged. External funding continues to decline, while operating costs continue to increase. Our infant and early learning centers have operated with structural financial challenges since they first opened. They were originally intended to serve only district employees, with the understanding that the district would subsidize the operating costs. Over time, enrollment expanded to the public in an effort to offset those costs. Historically, operating deficits have been covered through carry-forward balances and surplus revenue generated by other community school programs. However, those financial buffers are decreasing. BRICDA has a realistic path toward financial sustainability through enrollment growth and tuition adjustments. Shoemaker presents more of a challenge, and it requires us to evaluate multiple long-term options. However, if all override scholarships are utilized as anticipated, they will generate an additional $600,000 in tuition revenue that will significantly reduce current operating deficits. Here we explain one of the biggest financial realities of our tuition pre-K, ILC, and after-school programs. Staffing ratios are established by Arizona state agency requirements, not by the district. Younger children require significantly more staff than preschool-age children. These ratios create something called step costs. For example, in a one-year-old classroom, 6 children require 1 teacher. 12 children require 2 teachers. But adding 1 additional child, the 13th child, requires hiring a 3rd teacher. That single child increases payroll substantially before enough additional tuition revenue is generated to offset that cost. These licensing requirements significantly affect staffing, enrollment decisions, tuition rates, and overall financial sustainability. The same concept also applies to after-school programming. Staffing must be scheduled based on license ratios and anticipated attendance. Whether a child stays for 1 hour or 3 hours, staff must still be available to supervise safely and remain in compliance with state requirements. These ratios are also important in supporting quality care and services, just like we have in the K-12 world. We might be able to put 30 kinder kids with one teacher, but is that what is really best for those students? Rather than waiting for financial challenges to worsen, we are proactively evaluating several restructuring options. Every option is being evaluated through 3 lenses: licensing compliance, educational quality, and family access. Our before and after school programs have historically been the department's strongest financial performer. However, these programs are directly tied to enrollment at a school. When a school enrollment declines, program enrollment also declines. Also, revenue fluctuates. Many operating costs remain fixed. While we understand the desire to provide additional flexibility for families, staffing, licensing ratios, and operating costs remain largely unchanged regardless if a child attends, again, for 1 hour or 3 hours. Families are paying for access to a licensed space staffed and available throughout the program, not simply the number of hours they attend. We are certainly willing to explore flexible options, but the new pricing model should be carefully evaluated to ensure it does not unintentionally reduce one of the department's most financially stable, sustainable programs. I want the board and the community to know we have been actively working on solutions. We've increased tuition gradually, we've restructured staffing, improved recruitment efforts, strengthened our financial review process, pursued new funding opportunities, and continue exploring operational efficiencies. We remain committed to finding solutions before asking for additional financial support. Our goal is not simply balancing this year or next year's budget. Our responsibility is ensuring that these programs remain available for families 5 and 10 years from now. That requires thoughtful planning, responsible stewardship of public funds, and balancing affordability with financial sustainability. Families continue choosing TUSD because they trust the quality of our programs. Enrollment trends demonstrate that demand remains strong at most of our sites. Our challenge is adapting to a changing funding landscape and at sites where overall school enrollment is low, so moving where the demand is high. We remain committed to protecting access, maintaining quality, and making thoughtful, data-driven decisions that position these programs for long-term success. That concludes my portion of the presentation. Don't know if you want to ask me questions or wait until Ricky is done with his.
Can we do the financial piece and we'll ask questions?
Okay,
Go ahead,
thank
Mr.
you.
Hernandez.
Promise I'll be quick, Ms. Shaw. I really will. Okay. I know
Is my mic-
math after 8:30 is illegal in most states, so I know. I do have to tell you, as a point of personal privilege, my boys were inaugural students at BRICTA. My youngest was a 6-week-old. That was really, really hard. My oldest was a preschooler, and they are still TUSD students today. So, yeah. Reem has me by like between her fingers because of that. And she knows it. I don't know what my presentations are doing, Maria.
What is your problem?
Well, that's fine by me. Okay, so I won't try to repeat a lot of what Reem has already discussed. So you've seen what the programs have. They are generally supposed to be self-sustaining. State law does prohibit us from using M&O funding to support the preschool programs directly. We can provide support to inclusive preschool programs and for some administrative expenses, but we can't fund direct costs of the centers in particular. We do provide M&O funding for some of those inclusive programs. When Title I was cut, we did try to come in and provide a fill-back option through M&O, and that has been ongoing since that took place. And we do use rebate funding. When I was hired, one of the first things we looked at was trying to figure out like where we could support. So we are using some rebate dollars to pay for all of the utility costs at Brickton and Shoemaker, at least to relieve some of that pressure in the early learning centers. Now, the question is, are the programs sustainable? And Reem did a really good job of providing a summary that essentially reflects some of what we're seeing on the finance side. Before and after school programs generally tend to offset the deficits in the infant and early learning centers and the ILCs. But as those costs continue to increase, we are finding ourselves depleting some of those reserves in the before and after school program. So overall, the before and after school program is our strongest program. Financially, it is healthy, a little bit uneven by site, but overall, when you take a look at the entirety of the program, it runs on a surplus. The ILCs continue to have significant operating losses. As Reem mentioned, Brickda tends to be the stronger of the two compared to Shoemaker. There are some structural concerns around the infant and early learning centers. With preschool, we do have some operating losses taking place, and there is kind of some opportunity for restructuring, especially considering that we have the option of using different funding sources a little bit more, focusing around the inclusive programs or the kids with disabilities. But overall, from the community school fund standpoint, I mean, they have a positive fund balance, so they do have cash in the bank to continue to operating, but they are on a decline. So if the trend continues, they will find themselves to be unsustainable, and that's definitely not where we want to be. Fund balance doesn't equal financial health. At the end of June of last year, the fund balance was approximately 1.7 million. At the end of May, we haven't closed up June. It's about 1.2 million when you take a look at the whole thing together. So that's a loss of almost 26%. Because they're depending more and more on cash on hand that they've built over the years to be financially stable. The before and after school program is the most financially healthy. They ended at the end of May. They ended their books with $4 million in the bank, whereas the IELCs have a combined negative fund balance of 3.3 million. Now, the one thing to consider is that fund balance is the totality of the fund balance since the inception of the infant and early learning centers. What we had in the middle of that is we had ESSER funding that definitely came in and provided a little bit of support so as not to exacerbate that fund balance, but it has obviously continued to rise. So we do need to talk about some sustainability. We do need to take a look at what our pricing options are. We certainly don't want to put the burden on families as the kind of the focal point towards maintaining healthy programs. Like I mentioned, before and after school, they are the strongest financial performer. They are financially sustainable on their own. So what they're bringing in is covering their costs. And I've provided you, these are the 5 largest in terms of dollars performing sites. But like I said, unlike the IELCs, they have lower personnel costs. Some operating costs are absorbed by schools, whereas these preschool programs or the ILCs, I mean, they're basically self-contained programs, right? They have to do everything from 1 to 100. The before and after school programs, there's some shared costs going on, so they don't actually see as much of a depletion. Whereas the early learning centers, I mean, you can see that there are some structural issues that we find here. Brickda, like I said, has, from a revenue perspective, has a stronger financial performance than Shoemaker does. But because of that, they have higher payroll expenses. That tends to be the more popular of the two programs, and people want to go to Brickda more than they do to Shoemaker, just taking a look at dollars and cents. But the operating budget is 113%. I mean, they are way outspending beyond their means. Just as of the close of May, Brickda's lost $154,000. Shoemakers lost about $180,000. Those two combined get added to the fund balance, and then that fund balance is then paid off by the before and after school programs, which, I mean, seems unfair, but we treat the community school programs as an entire kind of fund. So preschool programs, I mean, they're tuition based. We have different sources of funding. Title I is one of them. Unfortunately, as Ree mentioned, Title I has not become, has become probably one of the more challenging funding sources because of the reductions that we've received in Title I funding as it relates to overall enrollment. The majority of our Central Title I funding has gone to provide a curriculum service provider, a CSP, at every school. That is where the vast majority of those Title I dollars centrally have gone to, and so that has kept us from being able to provide access to pre-K as well as other central sources. IDEA provides some funding as well for preschool students in the inclusive program, but that's also seen a decline. And like I mentioned, we provided a $500,000 stopgap that's kind of essentially become semi-permanent in M&O to cover the loss of Title I in some of those programs. PEEPS, I mean, I won't go too much into PEEPS. The only concern that I have with PEEPS is that, it's to provide access and expand, but we have to pay for the overhead expenses. So we pay for the staff and their benefits, but everything else that goes into that classroom is basically considered an in-kind expense on behalf of the district. That's kind of the partnership we have with the county, and I know they're looking at other expansion programs because they have a high demand county-wide around PEEPS. And so the problem becomes that we need to find dollars to be able to create more classrooms. So from our standpoint, I mean, and I won't read every single one of these, I mean, we have to take a look at some program restructuring and rationalizing, some of these programs. We have to take a look at revenue alignment. What does it need to look like in terms of dollars and cents beyond the 5% authorization that the board provided to community schools? Potentially looking at an enrollment-driven model. I know that becomes a little bit complicated when you've got DES setting up specific ratios, but what can that look like wherever we do have opportunities? Optimizing staffing and costs where we can. One thing that should be noted is when the governing board has approved increases in pay, community schools has to fund them on their own. So, that means that they have to find a way to sustain those as we provide additional compensation. Creating partnerships. I know we've got great partnerships with KidCo, but they've also seen their challenges. The city council has just approved a 2-year increase in tuition for KidCo for city residents. So my understanding is it'll be north of $800 a year. So for city residents, so they're seeing the same thing that we're seeing, and their program is a lot, I've experienced KidCo, it's very different than what we do in our preschool and before and after school. Performance management, I know that we have metrics. We need to make sure that we're focusing on how some of those performance measures align to our financial performance. And is there a subsidy guidance that the board wants to take a look at where we can, are there places where we should be looking at providing additional resources to community schools to try to offset some of those needs? Perfect example is the override, but ultimately the dollars that are coming in from the override to support community schools can only be used for operations, and they can't be used for, furniture and playground equipment and things that, I know my kids used and they beat the heck out of them and stuff breaks, and so, they need to be replaced, and those dollars aren't always available. So, quick and easy. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, governing board members. A lot of information here.
Dr. Shaw, thank you both for the presentation. Ms. Kiewit, you mentioned that, with all of the ratios that we have to maintain, like if there's like one of the staff members are sick, how do we make sure that those 1-to-6 or 1-to-5 ratios are maintained? Do we have subs that are ready on the fly, or admin like yourself come in to support? Like, how does that happen?
A little bit of everything. So it's all hands on deck. Oftentimes, I am subbing in classrooms on a regular basis, as is Andrea Hudson, program coordinators. Sometimes we have to pull CSPs. We even have had our administrative assistants support in breaks, because we not only have to find a way for, and then we also have a couple what we call support staff that we hire to help in those situations. But we don't have enough, so we all kind of chip in to make it work. But we also have to give them a 1-hour lunch break every day. And so when somebody calls out or is sick or there's an emergency, not only do we have to cover that person who's out and their shift in the classroom, but we also have to make sure every single employee has somebody going in to relieve them for lunch every day. So it's an insane operation, and it would make you dizzy, I think, until you got the hang of it.
Yeah, it's really daunting. Thank you for your work and making our program so successful.
Thank you.
I saw the slide in your presentation about the kindergarten retention survey results. It's great news. We are retaining about 82% of students who have participated in the program, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But here it says 155 people from the survey said that they needed help registering. Were we able to help them?
Yes, we were in touch with our enrollment ambassadors, and I gave them the contact information for those families, the survey results, and the type of help that was being requested, and they went and contacted all of those families to support them with questions that they had, how to enroll, how to navigate Synergy, maybe the documents that they had missing. They even talked to them about some of the different programs that were available, connected them with like the ex-ed department when they needed that. So there was a lot of support being provided.
Great. So theoretically, that number could be higher.
Possibly, yes.
Good. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Romero.
So you had mentioned on one of the slides, one of the options we might have to look at is to focus our attention where the demands are high. And I think you were talking about this on the early learning type of centers. And it sounds like Brickta is kind of maintaining its own, but Shoemaker, when we're talking about the early learning centers, has decreased. And I know you were also talking about, students that are leaving the pre-K also getting into to our schools in the kindergarten. Are we also seeing that same topic we're talking about while we are talking about consolidations and possible closures? We're not getting as many families into these things because there's not as many families in this location. And the reason I mention is because you had mentioned the term where the demands are high.
Sure.
And it sounds like in some areas it is not high.
Absolutely. So definitely Shoemaker struggles a bit more. They have about 80 students right now, and Brickta has about 110. And those 30, that difference makes a huge difference. But also, I was really mostly referencing some of our tuition preschool programs. I don't know if I should say aloud some of the schools that are struggling specifically on the northeast side. But, some of those where enrollment is low at an elementary school, we're seeing it's much harder to fill those preschool slots. And we might have 9 students enrolled, for example, this year for one of our elementary schools that has a preschool program. That's not financially sustainable. So we've been working for 2 years with that school, for example, and we decided to give it 1 more year before potentially talking closure because of the override funds, hoping that maybe scholarships might help increase enrollment in the program. But if it does not, it would be financially negligent on our part to continue to keep it operational.
And I think kind of what you're saying on there, no one ever wants to hear, the closure on some of these types of things. But again, you are talking about the financial negligence or being financial responsible, however we want to look at this. And, in that same vein, possibly by, what we're doing as a district, when we look at all our other schools, it could strengthen your program for the kids where there are, the demands are high. And taking your resources as opposed to, again, like you said, keeping a school with low enrollment, to have this here where it doesn't make financial sense to nurture those other students where they are thriving and learning. And it sounds like you are taking those things into consideration. And I like a lot of the things that, Ricky had put on that slide. These are some of the areas we need to look at and take, address. And I don't know if that list, Ricky, shows the priority, or if those are just kind of where we're at as far as these are the needs that we see. And then based on, some of the different things, I know you had mentioned regarding 1 through 6 students, you need 1. 7 through 12, you need 2. Once we get that 13, now we need a third person in there. Is there something where we say, well, we can't have a 13 and 14 until we have a 15? So then, we kind of cap it at 12 until we get 3 more to offset those types of things. Are we looking at other policies to do that and say, sorry, you need 2 more students to get on in, go recruit for us?
Okay, Val, you're coming to our next brainstorming session. Because yes, that is kind of the loop we get stuck in. So every year we try different things. I mean, we are nonstop trying different things. And that has been a strategy we used. An unintended consequence of that strategy is then those families are placed on a wait list. And so by the time, what we're finding is by the time we have enough to justify that third employee, those families have found care or programming elsewhere. And sometimes that means outside of the district. So yes, we've tried that, and that has been sorted. So then we say, okay, let's staff, and then that way we're not turning families away when they come. And then depending on the year, that those families still don't come because of maybe enrollment issues at the school or what have you, or the location. East Side struggles a bit more than, let's say, the West Side does. And so, but at the same time, it's hard because the families who are there do need services. So, but yes, those are just a couple of the things we deal with, but you're on the right track.
And you had mentioned other school districts, or what other alternatives do families have in some of the outlying areas? Is it just regular preschools? Who would be, I guess, our biggest where other students are going to instead of coming to us?
Sure. So PEEPS, it does not just exist in TUSD, it exists in almost all the other school districts. We have the competition of charter schools, private schools, churches, those kinds of, that's essentially the type of competition we're facing. There are other child care centers. Most do not offer birth, and some offer toddlers. But because birth and toddler programming is so expensive due to those ratios, a lot of those centers don't offer it. And so we do a lot of grow your own. So even though we know infant and toddler classrooms are super expensive, when they start with us at Brickta or Shoemaker as infants or toddlers, they stay with us, 4, 5, 6 years until they go to kinder. And then most of those families go to a TUSD school for kindergarten.
So then based on that same process, if our east bordering district is Vail, and they're getting these through their PEACE program, I'm sure they're doing the same thing. Once they get them over there, they're staying in the Vail district.
Sure. What happens is this is a family's oftentimes first time, their experience is the first time in a school setting. So if they have a positive, wonderful experience as infants or preschoolers, why would they leave? They fall in love with the school, the community, they know the principal, they, oftentimes are getting OMA, like they're part of that school community. They go to school events, they participate in everything. So they've built these really solid, beautiful relationships, and how natural is it to then, just continue there for kinder. And so I would assume that that might be happening at other school districts, and potentially a loss to TUSD and, future kinder enrollment.
One of the things that you mentioned in your presentation, which I greatly appreciate, is you said we're looking at long-term sustainability, and that again is being an advocate for being financially responsible and finding out how this program is going to work and continue on. Like I said, not just 1 year, 2 years, so Ricky's next set of kids can go through. Just kidding. But like I said, you have created such a great program on here. But again, like I said, with these things that we're running up against, we understand you're having to do these types of things. One of the things I think, again, with that list that Ricky gave us of the things we need to work on, if it isn't broke, don't fix it kind of mentality. But at the same time, we don't want to lose like the after-school programs that we are using. Like you mentioned, we don't want to increase that tuition at the detriment of costing us to lose some of these students. So it is a balancing act. Same thing with the, the 1 to 6, 7 to 12, 13 plus kids. That's all a balancing act in how you're doing that. So I don't envy the position that you're put in. Unfortunately, we are in that. So would biting this off, slow bites at a time to do kind of what Ricky's list had laid on out, put that in a priority to kind of see how this is going to help our sustainability? Or what do you think would be the best approach moving forward on how to, as you put it again, create our long-term sustainability?
We've started a lot of the work already, and we've made lots of different, restructuring of our programs, our department as a whole, in terms of operations. We have tons and tons of, what's the word here? Spreadsheets, thank you. That we work off to look at these different kinds of plans, and we have formulas, and we look at, okay, if we do staffing this way, and if we move people, because we don't want to lose people necessarily. We have had to lose staffing due to the restructuring, but we've helped them find other positions, which is really great, either in our department or in TUSD. So I think as we continue to evaluate these things, we're going to find, you're kind of forced to think creatively and try new things and try some risks. So we're going to continue on that path. And then just like, my job here is to advocate for my department and the wonderful things we're doing. And I do wonder if there are some expenses that, just like utilities that the district covers for everybody else, that they might extend to our department and help. And then in addition to that, with the $600,000 that potentially we'll be getting from override funds for the next 7 years each year, I think a combination of those things will improve where we're at today. We've also significantly increased our, we worked with HR, and we have a flyer, and every new employee that is hired, we've asked them to give them a flyer about our programs. We've worked with transportation to create these hubs, and we already have like 30 families who are going to be transported from one school that doesn't have an after-school program to another school that has an after-school program that families can pick up their child from. We've done so much, and I just don't have it all here with me, but those are some of the things we're looking at and are doing.
Now, are we seeing kind of a trend ratio-wise, how many, like going back to early learning center, how many students are, were decreasing at both Brickta and Shoemaker, or are they kind of been steady throughout?
So Brickta continues to increase year after year, which is great. We created a summer program, a summer camp at Brickta and Shoemaker this year, where we took preschool kids who were going to be kinder age that a lot of our competitors and programs don't take, and we created a summer program with the staff that we currently already had at Brickta and Shoemaker, because a lot of those kids who are pre-K kids, their parents take them home for the summer and they don't return. So our enrollment at the centers dropped significantly for 2 to 3 months, and then we have to rebuild it come August, September, and that takes time. Well, instead, we kept kinder age kids at other schools. We sent flyers and information and recruited kinder students to come join a summer program at the centers, and preschool kids who are going to be kinder age this year, and they participated. So we kept our enrollment higher this summer for the first time. So that also has helped with our numbers. And so those are, again, some of the things that we're doing. But ultimately, Shoemaker has kind of stayed at that 70 student mark, and we really need to get them to let's say, 90 would be amazing at this point.
But realistically, we probably will not get to that number.
It will be difficult unless the override scholarship helps. This year is going to be a huge indicator of that.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you. So I see that PEEPS is at TUSD, Marana, Sunnyside, Flowing Wells, Amphi, and Sahuarita. So we don't really compete with Vail for PEEPS scholarships.
Right, yeah. I didn't know all the sites. I just knew our school districts. I just knew a lot of school districts did have it.
Okay, and can you remind me which schools are being supported by the override?
So that is going to be Brickta, Shoemaker, Collier, Henry, Marshall, Soling Tom, Miles, and Oyama.
So if we're seeing declining enrollment on the east side, why were those schools chosen?
Those are schools where we already have tuition preschool programs, and so families pay tuition at those schools. So like our inclusive and PEEPS, we don't charge them tuition, so we don't use the override there to create scholarships to enroll in tuition programs. So that's why they were chosen, is because they already exist and have preschool programs running, and families who pay tuition to participate.
Okay, so, and is Brickta at capacity right now?
No, neither of the centers are at capacity right now.
Okay, and then we talk about how before and after school programs are where we make the money.
Most of it, yes.
So, we've had a couple of concerns from people saying, how Kids Co is $800 per year, but, TSD is significantly more, and they're only utilizing maybe, half an hour to an hour of after and before school programming, maybe after school programming, because that's where the big chunk of time is. Have you looked into additional ways to maybe get money for just those, that hour? Instead of having, a slot taken and
Sure.
having to pay so much, maybe you pay a little bit less, but you have more students there and making a little bit more money?
Yeah, I think where it gets difficult is the ratios and not, so we have to, if somebody comes in for an hour, then that slot takes away from another slot that that addresses our ratio restrictions.
Sure,
So
but
then-
have you looked at what
Yeah.
that would look like?
Yeah,
And,
we're
if
actually-
it's just 1 hour, maybe you're making more profit than, having someone housed there for just an additional hour.
Yeah.
Or maybe you give a teacher extra pay, something, thinking outside of the box, that kind of way.
Yeah, we can definitely re-explore that. We used to do it that way a few years ago. We had part-time options, but because we were losing money, we went to what everybody, this is the general, we went to that model to see if it would help increase profits. But we can absolutely go back and re-explore that option.
Okay, and then you say not all utilities are being covered by M&O?
No, our ILCs, they are being covered by M&O thanks to the board.
Right, but I thought you had said that they weren't, that some of them weren't. So I just want to make sure that.
No, they are. My
Okay.
apologies for the confusion.
Okay. So are you suggesting that maybe we close Shoemaker and are we able to put that at another school? What is this suggestion looking forward?
Right now, this was just, I wanted to be very transparent about where we are and have the board on notice because I don't know what the future holds and we are planning and we might need help, or I want the community to know where we stand. So right now, I don't think I'm really suggesting anything so much as I want you to know where we are now, not wait in 2 years and be like, oopsie, we don't have any money and we have to close programs down. So
Okay.
just looking at all the different options, and we'll be continuing to do that and update you along the way.
I just want to make sure because former boards had just put something on the agenda and we're going to close these places because they're not making money. I want to make sure that we're going to be very transparent with what we're doing. I mean, I'm sure it was even a surprise to, your staff, but I just want to make sure that we're being ultimately
I do
transparent.
not want to close anything, of course. I mean, that would break my heart tremendously and would not do anything like that without talking to the board.
And I'm wondering, there was 40 students who are undecided, and then another 40. I don't remember what the other slide was because I've lost it now on Diligent. Have we tried to reach out to those families and say, you've started with a TUSD, curriculum, and we're here to continue that curriculum and get better, and these are the schools that would be great for your family. Have you done that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's part of the reason we take the survey, because we started to learn that those things were happening, and so that's where we partnered with the enrollment ambassadors.
Okay.
And they made those calls and emails to those families directly to support them.
I'm just wondering if they're overwhelmed or if we have enough capacity, to reach out to those families.
Yeah, we have asked and told them if there is anything we can do or if they need our help or to partner, that we are happy to do so. They've been very gracious, but I will definitely make sure and double check with them.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, well, thank you for the presentation. I don't have any questions, but it was really informative, and I'm glad we're having this kind of preview. And I'm looking forward to, I think, the Mr. Romero run strategy sessions coming up and figuring out a game plan for some long-term solutions.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, Governing Board, it is 9:10. We're going to be moving over to our consent agenda now. We have items 6.2 to 6.8. Dr. Trio?
Governing board members, we do recommend passage of the consent agenda as arranged.
Dr. Shaw?
Go ahead, Ms. Shaw.
If we can pull 6.5 for a separate vote.
All right, I will move items 6.3 through 6.4 and then 6.6 to 6.8.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, item passes 5-0. And now we have item 6.5. approval of Amendment 3 to the lease with Verizon Wireless for the cell tower at Catalina High School.
So if I may, I'm not going to belabor this discussion, though I'm sure Mr. Romero will. No offense. But from what we've heard at the call to the audience, this lease is coming to us way ahead of time. And being that, we're not really, there's not a huge change in this new lease, or we're not getting as much of a financial boost as I hope we would be getting if we were to continue to have cell phone towers at our school, which I'm sure we will. So any renewal of a lease for cell phone towers at any school, I think, should be extremely lucrative for us financially for that school site, if and when we do approve it. And so I'd like to ask us to table this item.
Dr. Trier, I understand we have Mr. Nodine who helped lead the team negotiating this contract.
Yes. And have Mr. Nodine available for any questions.
So Nodine, can you go over kind of the situation? We had a chance to talk about it during exec, but can you just kind of review what we talked about previously and what questions we had then?
Okay. So what we're looking at is a lease rate of about $37,000. It's actually relatively high. It includes a 3% annual escalation rate, and there is a initial 10-year term and then one 5-year term on top of that. So that would be taking it to a termination of 2045. And in terms of the rates, I just want to tell you, about 10 years ago, we did appraisals. We had 2 appraisers come in and look at all cell towers. One was a local appraiser. He evaluated and put tables together of about 70, a little over 70 cell towers in the area. And then we also had a national appraiser or consultant for cell towers, and that person looked at a couple of our cell towers and gave us some recommendations in terms of what we should be in terms of rates. So we upped the rates at that point, and then we put the usual escalation on top of that every 5 years, 20%, which is essentially 3%. So that's where we are at this point. Another thing we did with those appraisals is we actually had them review our leases and said, what would you recommend in terms of leases to make these better for us? And they gave us recommendations, and we followed those recommendations. Now, it may be that it's time to do that kind of thing again. And so that's up to you, but I just want to let you know that what we have is based on what we did in the past with a couple of appraisals that were pretty thorough and gave us the information we needed to adjust our rates and to adjust our leases to make them better for us.
Go ahead, Mr. Romero.
So I'll come back to that here in a minute. On our leases, say their lease were to expire. Who's in charge of the removing the tower at the end of the lease?
They're required to remove them down to, it depends on the lease, some of them are 1 foot, some of them are 2 feet. They're required to remove everything down. Now, understand that they take the equipment off the light pole in many cases. Sometimes it's not a separate tower. If it's a separate tower, they have to take the tower down. If it's a light pole, they simply remove the equipment. We just had one done in Sabino about 2 years ago, and we made sure that they took all of the equipment off the tower.
Okay. So now kind of going back to appraisals. So how much would it cost the Verizon to build a new cell tower in that area around Catalina High School? Who really has control of the negotiations? Because we have them on our property. If they want to have that versus go get a lease another place and build up cell towers in a different area that's close by in that area. We have them in all our high schools. Why are we not in the driver's seat when it comes to what price we're naming?
Okay. I believe you're right. We are in the driver's seat. And so because they would have to start all over again with a tower, and actually it's even more than that because we gave them the tower initially, the light pole initially, to put the array up.
I guess I'm just looking at, again, as much as I despise cell towers at our school, if we're going to have this necessary evil, we should be compensated correctly on that one. Also, do we know this? I know this is on Verizon, but do we have any of our towers that are Dish related, that are part of Dish?
We had one, and that was the one that's vacant now at Whitmore.
Oh, Whitmore, okay. Because I just get updates here, and it looks like Dish has a bankruptcy thing on that, and if we want to get into their bankruptcy list to make sure that we file before it's too late, and I just wasn't sure if we had anything left with
that
Dish.
was Dish, but it's actually managed by another company.
Okay. So again, I know where these things are, but like I said, if we're going to have this necessary thing, I think in the negotiation room we do sit in the driver's seat on here. We should be making more money for our schools if we're going to be doing this, not selling this at a minimal price. Again, like I said, I'd love to see them gone. I'd love to see the terms go out closer to when it's time to renew, and then see where we have a little bit more in the negotiating power if we did. But again, I don't like them on our school properties. As we've seen a community reach out with South Tucson being so close to a school, not even in our school. And from what I found out, City of South Tucson did not have to tell our schools because it's their jurisdiction as far as that goes. But obviously it's a concern, a health concern that other people are seeing and feeling. And again, like I mentioned earlier, I have to call to the audience, maybe it's just the education aspect of it that is slowly being trickled out there, especially with our younger students out there in their developing stage with the constant radiation that is going out on a lot of these cell towers. But I again, don't even want to see the lease, but for that long is just it doesn't make sense to me at that low price, because once we lock ourselves into that, there's no negotiation. And if there's no escape clause also on that, I just don't think we're doing our due diligence when it comes to negotiating on that as a secondary thing.
Go ahead, Ms. LaRose.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Nudie.
Hello.
So, yeah, I think my concern with the cell tower is I would like to see something more, because a cell tower is sitting at one of our properties. It's servicing not just our school, but it's servicing the whole area.
Mm-hmm.
And so for $3,700, almost $3,750, I feel like that's a really low price. And I would love to see it some point us go back in some negotiations, and they make a lot of money, and what I feel like what we're getting is kind of pittance. And I know that our schools use this money for what they need at their school, so that's why I've always supported it. They've been able to do a variety of things, buy things, hire reading interventionists or whatever they need. They've been able to do, but I feel like we could get more so they can do more. So that's my comment to you. Thank you.
So is your will then,
That's a good question. Yeah.
What's that? I hear you.
We need a second for Ms. Shaw's.
I'll second Ms. Shaw's.
Thank you. I was like, did I make a motion?
I'm sorry, Ms. Shaw. I was like, did you make a second? That's why I was a little confused.
Yeah, I appreciate the support, though. I think Ms. Luna Rose, you're right. Like, if we do approve it, our schools should have the ability to really use those funds in a way that, our lease should allow the schools to use it in an effective way. And that would mean charging them more if we have to approve it, or if we do approve it. So thank you for
What's the
seconding
motion
it.
on the table?
The motion was to table it, I believe, but was it? Okay.
All right, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Nay. All right, so item passes 4-1 to table it and come back with further negotiations.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, and I think I made an error according to Ms. Borboa. When I made my motion to approve the consent agenda, I skipped 6.2, so I'll make a motion to approve 6.2 on the consent agenda as well. All right, item moved by myself, and second by Ms. Ekstrom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-0. Next, we have item 8.1, correct? Okay, 8.1, study action items, TUSD District Employee Appreciation and Recognition Calendar for the next school year.
Yes, President Shaw, governing board members, this, and if you're watching in the public, this is not the district calendar, all right? And more for those of you that are watching in the public. That is, by the way, that's currently out for public feedback. So if you're watching this and you haven't yet taken our calendar survey, please do so. It's going to be open probably for the next month or so. This is employee appreciation, an opportunity for us to present to the board all of the days of appreciation for all of our wonderful employee groups and positions so that we can get them into our calendars for school visits and special staff recognitions. Mr. Fernandez is here, our Chief Human Capital Officer, to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you, President Shaw and board. You've done this several years in a row, and the reason we come to the board is because we want one calendar that we can share with administrators because we're such a large district, a lot of sites, a lot of departments. So your approval of this allows us to kind of use, whether through HR, through communications, or through the efforts of all of our administrators across the district, be able to make sure we are not missing employee groups that we would like to recognize and acknowledge. And the only other comment I would make is that every year we issue a school quality survey. We also issue a workplace quality survey to try to gather all of the input of employees across the district. And when it comes to the workplace, one of the areas where we do see a need for to make sure we're steadily improving is on this statement that I feel my effort in my job is adequately recognized and valued. And I think this is one way to just at least provide a base foundation so we recognize our employees on their special day nationally, and then also build on that with other ways that we want to let our employees know we appreciate what they do for the district.
I'll second.
Any board discussion? All right, item moved by myself, second by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
I think that's 4-0, Mr.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Romero's not.
Oh, item passes 4-0. Set up. All right, item passes 4-0. Thank you for that correction, Ms. Luna Rose. All right, next we have item 8.2, revision to policy KFE rental rates, specifically for the Cooper Center for Environmental Studies.
Yes, I know it's late in the evening, but this is an item I'm very excited for. It's a long time coming. This is a presentation of the inaugural first-time potential rental rates for some of the new facilities over at Camp Cooper. Very proud to have Executive Director Colin Waite here and Bryant Nodine to answer any questions that you may have. I know we had an opportunity to review this in executive session. I want to continue to voice my full support for this item. When Camp Cooper wins with revenue, we all win with revenue. And more importantly, our students win with increased opportunities with the facility. So with that, I'll turn it over, Mr. Waite, Mr. Nodine.
All right, President Shaw, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo, Council Ross. We have an IGA with the U of A. They operate Camp Cooper as an environmental learning center. We maintain it. And in exchange for that, for the use of the land and for the maintenance that we provide, our students get a reduced rate. Because that's really what it's for. It's for the education, environmental education of K-12 students. And then we we improve it. We put bond money into just recently improving the cabins and creating showers and restrooms and so on. And so we're ready to move into a rental phase for some of those things. Now, understand that the IGA has priorities in it. And the priorities are kids first, rentals second. And so when we put a schedule together, we fill it up for kids first, and then if there's extra time, it goes into rentals. Okay, so we brought you rental rates back in December. We told you then that we couldn't quite give you the rental rates for Camp Cooper or Cooper Center because Colin Waite was working on researching similar facilities, how they operate, and also the rates that they charge across the nation. And so that's been completed now, and we're ready to present those to you. And with that, I'd like to introduce Colin Waite, who is the director of the Cooper Center. Yeah, okay.
Thanks for being here this late to present this. I'm going to ask that maybe we go to the more details on the rental rates. We still have one more item.
Yes.
I believe we have a 10 p.m. deadline for our interpreters.
I understand, and I appreciate that you've already had an opportunity to look through things here. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. We're looking at requested of our rental rates, approval of our rental rates, and then also a plan to pilot a rentals program as we expand it and see how it works with our facility and with our programs. We, as Mr. Nodine pointed out, with philanthropic dollars and with bond dollars, we've been able to renovate the facilities significantly and create new opportunities to expand our programs. And the goal is to have rentals continue to support the educational programs through the addition of revenue. We've been very thorough in our research on this. I've worked over the last year with the Association of Nature Center Administrators and local organizations that do facility rentals to find what fits best for our facility. It is a unique facility. And so we want to be able to treat it as such when we look at its utilization with the community. As Mr. Nodine pointed out, using the facility is part of the intergovernmental agreement. I have the section here. I'll skip it for now, but what I'll say is that educational programs always come first. Our educational staffing is such that we have room in the schedule around our field trip programs, weekends, school holidays, days when we're not able to offer programs where rentals can take place. And so we are actually in a position this year to be able to expand our educational programs and also expand rental programs at the same time due to interest in both. I already talked about that. We're looking at a structure that looks at peak season and off season. As you can imagine, it is not a good time to rent Camp Cooper right now. And if some group wants to endure 110-degree days, we're going to give them a discounted rate. We do have, because the cabins are now air-conditioned, we have an air-conditioned classroom space. We do anticipate there being some interest in using our facility during the summer, but it's going to be limited as compared to the rest of the school year due to the weather. These are the rates that we're proposing. Again, these have all been carefully researched against existing rental structures here in Tucson, in southern Arizona, and then also looking at structures for other environmental centers around the country. It's based on the facilities that we're offering, the amenities that we can provide, the location. We're really excited about this as an opportunity to generate revenue that will go into continuing facility improvements. We have future goals of more accessible pathways, a kitchen with food service that's added to our programs and to our rentals, a renovated classroom space. And so we want to be able to invest the revenue from rentals into those areas so that when I'm doing fundraising on behalf of programs and operations, I can focus on the kids and on our staff so that we can continue to keep our costs low. The pilot program with rentals is really just to feel out what our capacity is in staffing and facilities. Having a group coming in and renting a facility is not the same as having staff on site at all times when a field trip is happening. And so we want to see what the wear and tear on the facility is, what types of amenities we need to provide, what types of educational services are requested by renting groups, hikes, educational programs, stargazing, all things that we can help to provide. And so we want to be careful about our staff capacity, the needs of the facility, and we really want to evaluate that as we go. And so what we're proposing is a structure for over the next 2 years where we would pilot the expansion of rentals. Our pre-renovation numbers showed us at about 12 overnight rentals a year, 12 nights of use. We want to try to expand that to 18 to 24 nights in the first year of the program, and then look at 30 to 36 nights in the 27-28 school year. And we think that that's very reasonable based on the interest that we've received from community partners, and it will really give us a sense of how we can align our staff needs to manage it properly and have a successful experience. We're going to be looking at a lot of different factors along the way. We're going to be looking at this in 3-month increments with our staff, with a volunteer advisory board that Cooper Center has supporting it, so that we can look at whether or not things are going the way that we want them to, whether the revenue that we're generating is covering our costs, whether the prices are being accepted by potential rental groups. So looking at all of those different factors. So it's a very carefully planned and strategic approach to this, where we're going to be looking at it throughout and leaving the opportunity open that if we need to make adjustments due to challenges that we're facing, that we're in a position to do that. And I think with that, so again, just looking at the rates, I'm happy to answer any questions you have related to the pilot or to the study and the rates that we're proposing.
Hi, Colin. It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
I was there not too long ago when you did the ribbon cutting, and beautiful facility. If anybody's had a chance to go take a tour, highly recommend if you haven't done that yet. And to the community, it's just an amazing place. And again, as a former TUSD student that never got to spend the night at Camp Cooper, I'm excited for the kids that are able to with these new facilities.
Sounds like we need a board retreat overnight.
I know, right?
I love that.
Not so naturey.
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer that, Ms. Extra.
Glamping?
Glamping. That's actually that's one of our marketing terms that we're talking about, because it really is a glamping experience at this point.
That's great. That's funny. Thank you. So I know we're getting a little punch drunk here at night.
Yeah.
So just a couple questions real briefly. When you said that you are did the evaluation, comparison, who did you compare that to? Like what places in town, just out of curiosity?
A wide variety of places. There are very few places that are like Camp Cooper. And so we certainly looked at Triangle Y Ranch, Sky School, places like that have overnight facilities and do similar programming. Most of that was on the national side. I interviewed 8 different center directors that manage rental programs around the country, and also put out a survey and got an additional 20 results from places that have different varying levels. The other types of places that we looked at in town were places that people would go for a workshop or a retreat. And so it could be a hotel, it could be a business, it could be a church. So places that have community spaces that would align well. But again, we have this unique outdoor facility. And so that's the reason for having both the local connection and context with the other environmental centers as well.
Okay. And I mean, I follow you guys on socials, and you do a fantastic job.
Thank you.
But if we approve this evening, what is like because I mean, you kind of touched upon it, but what does your marketing plan look like?
Yeah. The start of this pilot is going to be marketing it to existing partners and relationships. And so looking at other nonprofit organizations that we work with, looking at Pima County, looking at the U of A, places where we've already got relationships and people who are interested in using our facility and leveraging that. We are going to include this in our social media, in our email newsletter that goes out to over 5,000 people every month, website marketing as well, and then working both within our U of A system and with our TUSD media team to promote the opportunity as well.
Okay, fantastic. And then I just want to say I did a little bit of math, and the rates I think are really reasonable. Like when you break it down per head, and I would really hope that my colleagues approve this tonight. I think this is just a boon for the community. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you. And what I can say with regards to the rates is they are reasonable, but they also cover our costs with a profit. And so we are in a position to generate revenue that will continue to be put into the facility.
So for the Ritz Coopertown, I'm sorry, the Cooper Center, no. I don't think we wanted to go camping before the renovations. On these, I know we're doing the kids first, which is awesome. When somebody wants to reserve this, are we also doing like neat non-refundable deposits? Because if they're going to secure this time and then they end up pulling out or canceling, and now there's no skin of the game and you've already lost revenue on this, what do we have in place for that? Or have we?
It's an excellent question, and I'm actually going to ask Mr. Nodine to join me up here. So when it comes to deposits related to rentals, we rent through the TUSD rentals procedure, and so I'll let Brian answer that question.
We have not a deposit, but they're required to pay application fees. And so it's not a big number, but that is something that's non-refundable.
And how much is that comparatively? What's how much?
25.
Well, I think we should be, if we're going to be doing something like this and someone really wants to do that, to have larger deposits for something along like that, not just the application fee, but something that is going to hold that, because again, I've seen that with other venues where they just pull out real, for whatever reason at the last, there's no meat in the game and they can leave, and then you guys are stuck, with potential staff and not doing anything. So I think we should look into that a little bit more. And then also, if there is damage that is done to our facilities, do we have something in place that with our TUSD policy?
What we talked about that, because one of the issues is if you take a damaged deposit and there's no damage, you have to get it back to the person. Then you have to basically call them a vendor, get a purchase order, and give it back. And so what we've done in rentals is we have them either repair it, reimburse us, or they don't get another chance to come back. And that's the way we've handled it there.
Okay. And again, I think we have a unique situation that we have over there at the Cooper Center. I just want to make sure we, value this investment that we did for the center and the purpose that it's doing. Not that saying people are going to be, damaging the property, but life and things happen. You mentioned that we don't have a kitchen out over there. For those that are wanting food, do we have, through procurement, people that offer food services out there? Do they bring in their own? What does that look like?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So one of the things that so right now we have basically a service kitchen where groups, including our field trips, bring their food with them. We're not providing food on site. We don't have a commercial kitchen on site. That's a goal for 3 to 5 years from now. But in the meantime, we are going to provide a list of, I guess you would call, preferred vendors or potential vendors that can provide food service for a workshop or a retreat. And the other thing too is we have actually worked with TUSD Food Services and our catering team at the U of A to be able to provide food service during rentals before as well. So that will be a resource that we will provide to renters that ask for it. Many of the groups figure out their food on their own, and they come to us with their plan, and we just help with the logistics.
Okay. yeah, I guess I'm just trying to look at all these other things that might play into that.
There's a lot of potential connections that can enhance the value of the rental, and so we're looking at those connections. You know, star parties for telescope viewing is another opportunity. Having our staff lead activities and programs is something that not every group is going to want, but many. We want to make sure that they have that experience. And so the goal is to have all of the things that are around the center be aligned to environmental learning and sustainability, and helping folks to make those choices when they're choosing to rent with us.
And just like small little things. So say the group doesn't bring enough water or anything like that. Do we have the...
Yeah.
Because people are, that don't really take consideration that they're not from here. Where we have like vending areas or people on hand or things like that where they can purchase products like that from Camp Cooper.
We don't currently have any vending, but certainly we've got drinking fountains, additional water bottles, things like that. And again, this is one of the reasons why we're doing a pilot, is to try to answer some of those questions. How often are things like that happening? Do we need a staff member who's on site the whole time during the rental, or can we have someone who's on call? What does a reset after a rental look like? Does it differ from our field trip programs? So all of those are things that we are going to be evaluating as we move forward.
Okay, so a lot of these questions we'll kind of unfortunately stumble our way through as we work through these next 2 years.
I think the fact we have done a small scale of rentals in the past, and so we've got a little bit of experience, and so we can use that as we scale things up and just see if it changes.
Fantastic. Well, I'm very encouraged to see what happens. Camp Cooper, as you know, is one of my favorite places to go visit, and I'll be visiting you here at the beginning of August here. Again, like you mentioned in the email, early in the morning.
Sounds good.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Holly.
I will move the item as presented.
Second.
Oh, Robbie's went out. Do you want me to do it?
I don't want mics are working. All right, item moved by myself and second by Ms. Ekstrom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-0. Okay, looking
Thanks
forward
very much.
to where this pilot goes. Thank you, Colin. All right, Dr. Torrio, so we will be moving item 9.2 to a future meeting.
Yeah, we'll move item 9.2 to August 11th to make sure that we respect the professional commitment of our interpreters who finish at 10. And then just reading the energy levels here with everybody, I think this is a good stopping point.
All right, and then for future meeting dates and agenda items, governing board, I wanted to see if folks, so we have scheduled an August 18th board executive session virtual meeting. I want to see what the governing board, we can move that to August 4th, keep it virtual. We can cover the items that we're trying to get in before the school year starts that we weren't able to finish during exec today. We'd probably have a part of the meeting being an open meeting to approve the appointment that we weren't able to do today because of the error on the agenda. So looking to see if we can do a 5 o'clock start time like we were planning on the 18th, but move it for the 4th.
August 4th,
August 4th, next week.
5 o'clock. I'm free.
All right, so it'll be a virtual only meeting. We will have an open, should we start with open just to do the appointment, and then we'll go to exec to do the items we need to do in exec, and then we'll adjourn the meeting from exec. It'll be fully virtual. All right, I will take that as unanimous consent to make that change. So our next meeting will be our virtual meeting on August 4th, following to our standard meeting August 11th.
Dr. Shaw.
Go ahead, Ms. Luna Rose.
I just wanted to, maybe something coming up since school is starting, Dr. Trujillo, I'd like to see where we are or reiterate some statements and or policies that we did with the beginning of school last year concerning ICE. Because there was a Tucson mom that was taken out of Pima County Court earlier this afternoon, and I do believe her children did they're grown up, but they went through our schools. So, and we've had Pueblo students come and discuss their concerns this past year. So I'd like to get an update of what we're doing. Thank you.
Dr. Tree, do you have any kind of previews for upcoming agendas?
Yeah, I think on August 11th, the big one is going to be the presentation of the public engagement plan for the consideration of closure and consolidation of schools. Your policy requires that we present you a full-on comprehensive community engagement plan. Our consultants will be in the house to present that to you. We will also have, we're very excited to potentially, and I feel pretty good we're going to have it, the substitute agreement, the consensus agreement, the new one that we've tentatively reached with subs. We also will have our food services team to review the parameters of the Arizona Healthy Schools Act and the specific foods and ingredients that will no longer be available to students during the instructional day, what that means for the district. And I think the other item of note is the board will have to choose its delegate to represent the governing board with ASBA to attend the delegates assembly, and then the board will be voting whether or not to accept ASBA's legislative advocacy agenda. So we'll be busy August 11th.
Great. Thank you. All right. Good night, everyone. I'll adjourn our meeting tonight. And good luck in the upcoming school year. We're excited about getting all the kids back and all the teachers back next week. So congratulations on our hopefully a successful start of the school year. How are you, sir? Testing 1, 2, 3.